Mr. Chairman, we're live. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, we don't have anyone online yet, but we're expecting Senator Guru and Representative Conrad to participate by Zoom. Mr. Chairman, I'll take roll. Senator
Good morning.
Biden.
Good morning, folks. I welcome you to the Management Audit Committee for September 6th. Appreciate all of you being here. We'll start with the roll call, and please, Donna.
Senator Beitman. Here. Senator Furphy.
Excused.
Senator Guru. I see Senator Guru online.
Looks like he's upstairs.
Okay. Senator Nethercott. Representative Conrad. Okay. Representative Knapp.
Here.
Representative Nyman.
Here.
Representative Ottman.
Here.
Representative Sherwood.
Here.
Chairman Barlow.
Present, thank you.
Vice Chair Brown.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So we are expecting Representative Conrad to also join us remotely. He has another meeting, as does Senator Guru. I think air enhancement meeting, so they will be on and off the screen as they are doing double duty today with two responsibilities. I guess I don't have any comments. As you see from our agenda, we have several bill drafts and several reports from our LSO staff. We have our good director here, Ms. Sharp, here to lead us off. But first of all, I want to make offer anybody that wants to make a comment, but I guess I want to say something with regards to the loss of a former Speaker of the House, Nell Smith, and his absolutely lovely wife, Jeanette, in a tragic accident. And also our thoughts for the other young lady who was killed in that tragedy, Miss Rodriguez. So that was happened on, I understand, Friday of this past weekend. Three people lost their lives, but certainly Nelson and his wife were part of the legislative family and a broader family of their community. And we also, like I said, lift up the Rodriguez family prayers too. So All right, that's maybe a little bit of a somber way to start our meeting, but anybody have anything as we get started, Mr. Vice Chair? Nothing here, sir. Anybody else? I think Ms. Sherwood had something to offer. Go ahead, Ms. Sherwood.
For today's day in Wyoming history, September 6th marks the vote for Louisa Swain, first woman to cast a ballot on September 6, 1870, here in Laramie. So on Saturday, if anyone is in the community, there's a reenactment of that vote at the Women's History House.
Thank you very much. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, it's Mr. Guru, please, sorry. I'm going to have to get used to the voice on the box.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize for being just a little bit late. I am here. And as you said, I apologize in advance for this and thank the sufferance of the chair for allowing me to kind of be in and out, because I do have a meeting just in another part of the hotel I'm in here. And but I do appreciate your indulgence and thank you.
Oh, now we're renting rooms in the state capitol? Thank you very much.
Just
Senator.
upstairs, just upstairs.
All right, so let's just get right to our business, if there's nothing else from the committee. First order of business is our program management and evaluation. As folks will recall, the last time there was 2 bill draft motions, and those bill drafts have been prepared for you. I think what I'd like to also offer to the committee is, since these are the first times the public has seen these bill drafts, if we decide to advance them, we're going to advance them to the next meeting so the public has plenty of time to review them, and we have had time to decide whether we want to advance them. If there is no interest in considering a bill further, that certainly can be a motion as well to table indefinitely. But I think, if we want to continue these discussions, we advance them to the next meeting. I don't think we need a formal motion to that. That'll just be part of the agenda unless there's a motion to the contrary. So first, I think we have our good director, Matt Obrecht, here. He can give us a management council update. Since we took no action at our last meeting, that was subsequently received, and I think they further took no action. So, Director Obrecht.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, Matt Obrecht with LSO. And that's about the update right there. Following your meeting in June.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Following your meeting in June, had a meeting with Management Council, mainly an executive session, about the response to our RFP to kind of evaluate our program audit function. And following your recommendation, Management Council took no action on that. So we have not entered into a contract with those consultants. And right now, the path of this committee and our management audit function really lies with you in these 2 bills. Members of Management Council did express a potential desire to continue program evaluations, potentially with outside consultants in the future. There's currently no money for that in the feed bill or nothing authorized for Management Council, but I know that this committee's considered that idea too, and that's something we can continue to explore.
Thank you. Any questions for the director? Any questions on that? Anything further on that, Director? All right, perfect. Let's just go to our 2 bill drafts then. Ms. Sharp, if you could, walk through them in the order they are. And committee, as you have questions, Ms. Sharp, would you like the questions as you're walking through it? Or do you want, and a brief overview is fine. I mean, a high-level overview. You don't have to go into the nitty-gritty details.
Sure.
Please proceed.
So you have 2 bills. The first 2 bills that we have on the management audit program are 24 LSO 138 and 24 LSO 139. So we'll look at 138 first. And what that does is it fully funds, do you have it in front of you? Okay, so
Sorry,
No.
Ms. Sharp. So to me, there's a lot of ringing in this room, and I was just asking my colleagues on both sides if it was ringing to them too, like a sound. So anyway, it's just me, I was told. So please proceed. I'm going to ask maybe if Donna, if you could see if somebody could maybe change the way this room sounds a little bit, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Sharp. Go ahead, Ms. Sharp. You sound perfect. Everybody else I can't understand. Thank you.
So what 138 does is it fully funds a management audit program, and that would be to provide 7 employees, and you can see the expense would be approximately $2 million a biennium. The other thing that this bill does is if you didn't fully fund the program, it would provide that appropriation would be available for LSO to outsource program evaluations. So so the bill provides that we could have 7 full-time, and this is on page 1, on line 11 and 12. It provides approximately $2 million from the general fund for external contracting or salary, benefits, and support costs of 7 full-time employees.
Perfect. Any questions on this very brief bill? Vice Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Sharp, just out of curiosity on this, as I do the math and I was looking at this, we have this at a biennium. The anticipated, and I see that she's even having troubles hearing us, so I'm going to bring this a little closer, even though I'm extremely loud. My question is directly to what the expectation and whether or not, we hear this in all of our other committees with the executive branch, that we just aren't hiring at the right pay, right? And that it's tough to attract people for the right pay. And so I look at this $2 million a biennium that comes out to roughly $85,000, $90,000 a year-ish for these employees plus fringe. Do you believe that if we were to advance this, that would be a high enough salary to attract the caliber of people that we are looking to get into these positions?
Probably a question maybe for Director Obrecht. Director?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chairman, it's a difficult question to answer. We have historically struggled to fill those positions and have had an incredible amount of turnover when we do fill them. It really requires someone who's committed to that type of a program evaluation, who enjoys doing it, who doesn't mind, not being on the greatest of terms with the executive branch agency all the time that they are auditing. And I think at that salary level, we would likely struggle to hire, but I don't know if it was much higher or how much higher we'd have to go. It may just be cost prohibitive, and that's something we discussed in the first meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions on that bill draft? Good morning. Senator Furphy, good to see you. Please proceed.
Sorry I was late, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask about the qualifications required for these positions. I assume you're not looking for CPAs, but you're looking for degree in audit or accounting. Please explain that. Thank you.
Director Obrecht, please.
You bet. Mr. Chairman and Senator, historically, and the way the statutes currently are set up, these aren't financial audits. So we don't look for someone with an accounting background. Now, if someone applied and had an accounting background, we would love that. Come in and be able to, first, we use all sorts of data in these audits. So someone who is comfortable with pivot tables, but if someone had a financial auditing background, we would absolutely love that. But that's not a requirement for this job. Most people have, either a master's in public administration or potentially an MBA as well, or an econ master's degree. If we were looking for in the supervisory positions, for our associate analyst, a bachelor's degree in either some sort of public policy field, poli-sci. That's usually the candidates we get for those positions.
Excuse me, follow up, further questions? All right, let's go to the second draft. Ms. Sharp, please.
So the second draft we're going to look at is 24 LSO 139. And this bill accomplishes two purposes. This is just the high-level review of the bill. First, it suspends the Management Audit Committee and sunsets the committee in 5 years. Then, in addition, it retains the legislature's authority to audit agencies and places that authority to conduct the audit or direct that an audit is conducted with the Management Council or with a committee that the Management Council appoints for that purpose. So I'll walk you very quickly through the bill. If you look down at the bottom on page 1, line 11, what we have done here is we've created a new section in the LSO and legislature statutes in Title 28. And what that section would do, well, so flip to page 2. And at the top of page 2, the first thing it would do on line 3 is this is where it actually suspends the function of the Management Audit Committee for, and so the function includes meeting, considering legislation, or introducing legislation. Then down on line 8, this is line 8 in paragraph 2. This is where the committee is sunsetted as of March 1st, 2029. Then the next section, what it does is it amends the main auditing statute. So down on page 2, line 24, we have the auditing of state agencies. And if we go to page 3 of that, the first thing it does is in subsection A, is it provides at the end of subsection A, so on page 3, line 10, what it says is that there will be no new members appointed to this committee commencing March 1st of next year, of 2024. Then subsection B, what subsection B is on page 3, and then all the following subsections, that is the authority of the legislature to conduct these audits. So we didn't want to lose that authority. So instead, what we did is on page 3, and then 4, 5, and all the way to page 6, what we've done is we've substituted Management Council or Management Audit or a committee appointed by Management Council. And then the very last thing that we did on page, actually not quite the last, there's 2 last things. On page 6, in the middle of page 6, on line 8, we removed some of the auditing standards that really don't work well for the type of auditing that we do. For auditing agencies, they were, I would say they got in the way of some of our, they made it more difficult for us to do the audits. So we got away, we moved away from some of those standards that generally do control fiscal audits. And then finally, if you go to page 8, at the top of page 8, if you look at subsection H, what this does is this retains the subpoena powers of during these audits, which are very important, that we want when we audit agencies or entities. And again, it just replaces instead of the Management Audit Committee having the subpoena power, it's Management Council or the committee that was appointed by Management Council.
Thank you. Any questions on this bill draft for Ms. Sharp? Questions? No, I would make only one comment. It seems like that stricken language on page 6 of the bill, E, I recall spending a lot of time about 5 years ago on that very language in this legislature, trying to decide what kind of audits and what the standards were. It was excruciating, and I know that Representative Obermuller will find it interesting if this bill makes it to the floor that we are taking that out, because he argued vehemently to have it in there. So anyway, always interesting. You probably remember that, don't you, former Representative Beitman? Anyway, any questions on this bill draft? All right, so absent any motions to the contrary, both these bill drafts will be advanced to the next meeting, and you'll get a choice at that next meeting whether to take up one, both, or pass on both. public has a chance to review these. You have time to think about how they're approached. And yes, I see Senator Chairman Nethercott. You'd like to make some comments? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think as the committee knows, I'm in favor of the second bill draft where we suspend the committee. I certainly, support the chairman's prerogative to continue this conversation to our next meeting. But in the interest of efficiency and economy, which is what the Management Audit Committee is supposed to be about, I would move to adopt this bill draft and keep it up on the agenda at the next meeting for further comment from the public, but to actually adopt it as a committee bill at this time. So I'd move for the adoption.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Everybody understands the motion. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chairman Brown. Discussion? Yes, Senator Beitman.
There we go. Just speak against the motion. I was against the idea of doing this, but now I'm really against this because we're doing it today and without public input. This is a big policy direction for this committee to take, that basically take ourselves out and give this power from the legislature to the management council of the legislature, which is the opposite direction I think we need to be going. They already have too much power, and this gives them more power. So I would be vehemently opposed to doing this and on it against this bill draft.
So I think I want to clarify the motion. I think the motion is just to advance it to our next meeting for public comment, et cetera. I did not understand this was going to be a sponsored bill going to the special session. If that's the case, then I want that clarified.
Yeah, move for adoption of this as a committee bill draft. Yes, that's the motion. And so my purpose is also to have a further discussion about this topic today, because I do think that by our next meeting, that we have fully debated it in front of the public as well, so we can hear that feedback. I think that's very helpful too. So that's one of the reasons why I moved the bill draft, for purposes of discussing this topic at all three of our meetings for the interim, to make sure it's fully discussed and not just gloss over it for the next meeting. What I would look for, so I'm really glad to hear Senator Beitman's comments here and attendance at this meeting, to hear the whys. And so to recap what we said at the last meeting for Senator Beitman's benefit, who I think was unable to be in attendance for the last debate, was we have been unable to produce any meaningful audits of the Management Audit Committee for at least the last 5 years, if not longer. And so what has happened is just a waste of resources, both in the taxpayers' money, in the time and to pay us to be here, for the LSO staff to devote their efforts and resources to this effort that doesn't produce any meaningful work. And so we have to be realistic about that and true to our own efficacies and ability to produce quality work. That said, and I think this bill draft helps accomplish that, audits by the legislature as a result of our oversight mission are critically important for us to continue, including those subpoena powers. And the discussion at the last meeting was to make sure that work continued, but probably more appropriately through standing committees, who are home committees to many of those public agencies and have more knowledge about those agencies and more awareness over concerns to audit them. And then if there is a specific need that's a truly heavy lift, we have two options, which is we can create a task force at any time, and we love to do that, and that's done easily. Or two, we hire an outside consultant through the Standing Committee and the Management Council. If the good Senator Beitman would like to, take that out of Management Council's prerogative, no real objection to that. I think that was probably put into the drafting as a result of just logistical machinations for how this legislature conducts itself, which is interim topics go through Management Council and then go back to the committees at the committee's request. And so continuing that audit function, being proposed by a committee up to management council and then back down in the same way we approve interim topics, I think is fine. The idea is not to concentrate power in management council, but rather to really economize our work and the work of LSO staff to make sure we're doing good work that has actual results for the people. Thanks for the speech.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion on the table, but I want to make sure I understand. And your mic wasn't on, so I don't accept your motion or your withdrawal. I want to know what we want to try to accomplish today. Do we want to actually try to work this bill, take some public testimony, work this bill a little bit, and then have it up for our next meeting? Is that the outcome that that both Senator Beitman and Senator Nethercott, who both spoke with reservations about this, would like to see? You don't have to withdraw your motion to do that. We just advance it to the next meeting for public comment and more consideration. Senator Nethercott?
Mr. Chairman, just for, it's the committee's prerogative. I don't want to drive this train. I do think it's important that we continue to discuss it for the public's benefit, recognizing those that watch the first meeting may not watch the second meeting, those that watch the second meeting may not have watched the first meeting, et cetera, et cetera. So I just think it's helpful to reorient everyone to the whys this issue is before us, how this bill draft came to be, for everyone's understanding.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other further discussion, comment? So there was a withdrawal of the motion. So I think, and since there was no motion on the other one, and I will say for the other bill, that actually, to Senator Beitman's point, that actually can be dealt with in the feed bill. That is actually just an appropriation that would go in a legislative budget bill, et cetera. I don't even think we're codifying that. Can't remember if we were codifying it or not. We weren't even codifying it. So we can have that discussion as a legislature with the budget bill. This one is just taking a different approach to a process that we currently have. The one comment I would say about this bill, as we consider the next one, is I would not abandon the committee in the middle of a legislature. I would let this legislature, the 67th, complete its management audit functions. It would be the 68th that would not name a management audit if we're going to suspend that committee at that time. And I think there'll be a reason later in the meeting you'll see some of those things that we have some continuing business that I think a legislature probably ought to try to see through. That would be my only suggestion for this particular bill draft. Further discussion on this bill draft? If not, this bill draft will be up for work, to be worked, and potentially forwarded to the session at our next meeting. Absent objection, that's how we'll proceed. Is there any public comment on this bill draft before we completely abandon this topic? Public comment? Is there anybody online besides Senator Guru?
No, Mr. Chairman, no one online.
Thank you very much. All right, absent further discussion on these two bill drafts, and based on what I'm hearing, the interest is in this bill, both pro and con. The next bill, the other bill will not be on the next agenda. It'll be solely this bill, unless somebody wants to have it there. Take them both up. Is there consensus? Any objection to both bills going forward?
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, just for a full
Please.
360 of the conversation to make sure the concerns of the public are met. So the reason for the first bill was really in the alternative, right? So I proposed the elimination of the committee. There was grave hesitation about relinquishing power, regardless of how ineffective it may be. And in order to make that power effective, right, we heard from LSO about what it would take for them to actually put forth a functioning audit purpose within LSO based on other state legislatures and their understanding of how the committee has worked historically. That's where that bill draft came from. That's why that appropriation is in. And so I do think that the analysis is somewhat binary at this point. So we either eliminate the committee because it's ineffective, there's broad consensus that that's the case, or two, we put up and make it effective by funding it with the necessary resources that we've heard from our subject matter experts is required in order to make it effective. Those are the two options ahead of us.
Thank you very much. Director Obrecht, would you remind the committee what the budget is, biennial budget for management audit? I know it's less than a regular standing committee, but Could you remind, or do you have a ballpark for us?
No, Mr. Chairman, it would just have to be a guess right now, but I think it's about $30,000.
A biennium,
Oh, I'm sorry, so 60,000.
60,000 a biennium. Okay, thank you.
Just for the committee expenses itself.
And I think part of the discussion is whether you, if you don't keep the committee, is 60,000 enough to do some of the work that would be done by an outside consultant, et cetera. We just have to keep that in mind too, as opposed to hiring 7 staff. So I think there's probably a place in there for both. 25,000 standard budget for biennium, so 50. We don't use near that amount. So anyway, all right, thank you. We'll proceed. Both bills will be on your next agenda. I'm sure you'll come with numerous amendments and robust discussion. All right, anything further? All right, next topic is the Public Funds Division, Department of Audit. We have our director here and our administrator, other well-qualified people that can answer questions. So you should have received these materials in your packets, members, the census report, which maybe just a quick overview, Mr. Chavez, of what that is, just so everybody's on the same page in the timelines. And then maybe give us an update on where that is, and then we'll go to the financial reporting bill. Please proceed, Mr. Chavez. Welcome.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Justin Chavez, Director of the Department of Audit, and I have with me Mike Hansen, Public Funds Administrator. That's the division that manages our census process and our audit process with our state and local government entities. So the compliance report here is what we produce or what we track compliance with all the entities that have to report their financial information to us. The current statute requires that all paperwork, census report and follow-up paperwork be submitted to us by September 30th, after which they're not compliant. And then we have to report the non-compliant entities to the state auditor's office. And so this report is a list of all the entities who were not compliant, did not have all their paperwork in as of September 30th. And then we give regular updates to the state auditor's office as entities become compliant. So you can see that by September 30, the due date, we had a little over 400 entities that weren't compliant. Most of that is largely the follow-up paperwork. So the census report is the main financial report that has revenues, expenditures, cash, and investments. And then based on revenue and expenditure levels, that determines additional reporting requirements that are due to us. The majority of the non-compliance is due to that follow-up paperwork. I think a quarter to a third of the entities on this list were due to not having the census report to us by September 30th. And then the rest would be that follow-up paperwork. So we have at this point now just special districts who are not compliant. Statute requires that as of the end of the year, special districts that are not compliant, we notify the county commissioners, and then they are supposed to move to dissolve those entities. And so we have a number of them that are in various stages of that process. We have one that has dissolved. We have others that are in process trying to figure out what that process is. We have some who haven't responded to us. But as of this point, it's only special districts that are non-compliant.
Okay, thank you. Any questions so far? Yes, Ms. Ottman, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chavez, this to me is very interesting. So if a special district is not compliant, then they're reported to the county commissioners. What authority do the county commissioners have? You said they can dissolve them. Is that, if they're receiving funding, what happens there? And then also, what if the county commissioners do not do that? What is the response then? And does anybody know? And then I also had a question on the last page of this handout where we were talking about the following list includes only amounts known to the Department of Audit, which were published additionally. And it has like the town of Mills, and it lists from 2015 to 2022. And I was just wondering what that is exactly. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Representative Ottman. So statute, so I'll kind of take it in steps. So once they're non-compliant, current statute requires some funding to be withheld from those entities until they become compliant. If they reach the end of the year, then statute requires the county commissioners to move forward with a dissolution process. If they don't, I'm not aware of any statute that provides for any remedy, if you will. I believe they can determine, for example, that special district is a necessary special district and not dissolve it, but I believe to do that, they do have to replace the board of that special district to then keep that entity intact. But I'm not aware of any statute that has any remedy if the county commissioners just don't. So we periodically will reach out to the entities and the county commissioners saying, where are you in this process? Where are you in this process? But I am not aware of any remedy if they just don't. That one, I might have to defer to our public funds administrator. Let's see, so. What's that?
So just so we're on the same page, in our documents, it's page 26 maybe. There is a list
Okay,
of,
I got you.
of communities. It's all communities. Oh, there's a few special districts, district court, et cetera.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman. So in the previous meeting, Senator Nethercott had asked for some information on essentially how much fraud is going on in Wyoming governments. And so that document is what we could gather from publicly available information in terms of entities and the frauds that we're aware of. We assist regularly law enforcement in fraud investigations. We're not always in the loop as to what the ultimate outcome is. And so that's kind of what we could track down in terms of fraud amounts from available information.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions on the census report? So I have a question. Are our deadlines creating part of the non-compliance issue? I mean, are our deadlines reasonable? Because we have a fiscal year end and then we have a 2-month period, 60 days, basically. They have to have everything like July and August. Oh, 3 months, excuse me, 3 month. So are we creating non-compliance when it's unnecessary? Just as a matter, just a rhetorical question maybe, but your thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I think for 2022 in particular, I think the change in due date probably contributed to some non-compliance because the due date and the follow-up paperwork has changed a couple of times in recent years. So I do believe that's contributed to some non-compliance. Outside of that, I would say 90 days should generally be sufficient to complete the reporting requirements that we have. The census report is basic financial information with some follow-up paperwork. And so I would say 90 days in general should be sufficient.
Okay, so remind me, before we changed, the most recent time it was changed, when was it?
On the dates?
Yes, sir.
So effective 2022 with House Bill 56, changed it from essentially the end of October to the end of September. And then before that, it was probably a couple years before that where it changed from end of the year to end of October.
Thank you. So part of it was trying to get more lead time before we went straight to dissolution for the county commissioner thing, and trying to build a little more of a record and give the public understanding of where things stood and for things to, anyway. I didn't remember the first bill, but I remember the second one, certainly. All right, further questions on the census report? Yes, Ms. Sherwood, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there the ability for the paperwork to be completed online? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Chavis, go ahead.
Representative Sherwood. So the census report itself is an online form. So they fill that out online, submit it online, and that comes directly to us. The follow-up paperwork is available online, but isn't submittable. It's not a submittable form like the census report is. They would have to fill that out and then email that to us.
Further questions? Yes, Vice Chairman Brown.
Not so much a question, just a little bit of feedback to the department. Traveling the state and doing as many committee meetings as we do, one of the interesting things was I came across a couple special district chairmen that truly appreciated the hard work that you guys have put into the trainings that you guys have published out there, and actually a couple county commissioners as well came to me and personally thanked us for, and I said that's not us, it's not the legislative branch, that's certainly your guys' area that worked very dutifully to put together those trainings and ensure that you guys rolled those out in such an eloquent manner. So just wanted to give you guys some commendation here from the dais that your guys' hard work was noticed by at least 3 different special districts, and they are highly encouraged that they didn't realize, what their financial obligations were and what type of situation they had got themselves into when they were appointed to certain district boards. So just thank you from the dais up here, and thank you guys very much for your hard work on a daily basis. We come in here once every couple months and try to remember exactly what we're doing. We know you guys are living and breathing this every single day. So thank you for what you guys do.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice.
Mr. Vice Chairman,
Please,
thank
proceed.
you. We appreciate that. And then just an update. So we did hold the first in-person training a couple of weeks ago, in person with an online option. Although the online option was limited to 500 people, that's what the host would allow. And so we have a second online option available end of this month. So end of next month. And with potential plans to add additional trainings, whether it be other organizations who want to offer training, so long as they meet the minimum standards, or other options to help out with the folks that have limited time and may not be able to devote a block of time. I think the first training we did was 6 hours. So other options to be considered as we move forward. I will say that we have received a decent amount of pushback on the training requirements, particularly from governing bodies. I think those officials that actually handle the financial accounts, I think has been pretty well received. I think a lot of our pushback is from members of governing bodies and the requirement for them to take the training.
Yes, please, Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was one thing I did want to chat briefly with you. I have had multiple people contact me in governing bodies and said that there's the ever-lying threat of removal if they don't attend these meetings. And it was relayed to me that, there's people that are already getting, evidently, and I would love to chat with you later on about the possibility of this happening, is notification that the governor will remove sitting commissioners if they do not attend these meetings. And I know that in the statute there, in the bill that we passed, it says that the department may, it's not a shall. And so I guess my curiosity question is to you, what has been the discussion? What is you guys' position on that? I mean, it's, from my perspective as a small district, it is very difficult to get people to serve on these boards anyway. In fact, I've actually seen people beg people to sit on these boards because we need to fill these positions. And now I'm getting people saying, well, if you're going to threaten me with removal as an elected position, then there's no point, and I don't want to be involved with it. So I guess my curiosity question to you as a department, what is the position and what have you had as far as those discussions when you mentioned that there has been some pushback? What exactly has that pushback been, and how can we go about doing a better job of maybe hoping that that doesn't push people away from these boards that are so difficult to get filled and hold people in those positions?
Director, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman. I'll make a distinction on the request for removal is related to non-compliance with reporting requirements and not the training piece. And so the training piece would basically, non-compliance there would essentially lead potentially to additional oversight in terms of, maybe we require continual training, maybe it triggers an audit. But the training piece is not related to the removal. The removal is the compliance, the reporting compliance piece. And then just for the department as a whole, I think we'd be pretty conservative in that aspect, realizing that it is difficult to fill some of the boards and, whether or not it's our place to be stepping on local control, if you will. A lot of these are elected positions, and so, could be creating some issues trying to essentially override local elected officials.
Thank you. Further discussion? So one of the things that in my tenure on this committee, Senator Grew is part of this too, and has got us to this point where training has become as a part of the legislative requirement, if you will, statute, is we were on the verge of issuing subpoenas to entities that were not. They were basically saying, you don't have any authority over us. And I don't remember how many letters we sent out over. Chairman Perkins, I think, was the chairman at that time, and there were numerous letters that went out, and subsequent letters, and still no responses. So you had to, and these are public funds. These are folks that have a fiduciary responsibility with the public's money, or their money they're responsible for. So anyway, so this is so we first had to figure out, are we educating them well enough? So that's where the training requirement. Do they understand their responsibilities? That's where the education requirement came in. Doesn't mean there still isn't challenges. You have some folks are appreciative of it and others that may not be. One thing I will say, that this was brought to me by one of the Wyoming Association of Municipalities, is in their statute, they can't compensate anybody except for regular meetings, for meetings of the council. So if someone is going to attend a training for 2 days in a distant location, they can't even compensate for their room and board. So I'm not bringing a bill draft today, but it may be something we should think about. Is we have to actually, if you're in a special district, you can do that. You have, but by statute, we limit how some of these entities can be compensated. Towns and cities and towns are one of those where they cannot. They're limited by statute what those council members can be compensated for. So this may be one of those places where you say, you know what, we think this is important. And oh, by the way, you can pay yourselves to get this accomplished. Not salary maybe, but at least the room and board to travel to a conference or to a 6-hour or 8-hour training so they can actually fulfill this obligation. So that's just one thing I think practically we could do that might give people, at least keeps them whole. How is that? Maybe not whole, but at least doesn't set them back as far. So I did hear about that. I heard both positive and negatives. That was one of the I would say, constructive things that I heard along this summer. You heard that too, yeah. Yes, Representative Ottman, you had a question?
Well, kind of a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
One of the things that I ran into was a board that was very disgruntled. They, you know, I could leave and things, but I think that was the initial acknowledgement that there is a training. One of the things that we spoke about was that in the course of setting up these boards, and especially small governments and things like that, a lot of times everybody just shows up for a meeting, they try to get through, they try to share experience or information, and there is no training done. You know, there's manuals sitting on desks and there's things like that. So I really appreciate this, and we may need to tweak it some from your perspective or from this body, but I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. So this is the first year of full rollout of the training. Several programs out there, several entities have programs. You have yours as well. So yeah, there's still learning to be done. And you know, we didn't require it of legislators, but it might not be a bad idea for us to just be honest about it. Further discussion on the census compliance report, Department of Audit. All right, so I think we'll go to Ms. Sharp now. We have a bill draft. Is there anything else that you needed to share with us for today?
I don't think so.
Director. So Director, I mentioned that that idea of potentially at least allowing the compensation of these particularly council members, town and city council members. Is that something you've heard about along your travels or not? Or is there anything else that we need to be considering to help facilitate folks actually getting this training? Go ahead, Mr. Hanson.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Hanson, the Public Funds Administrator for the Department of Audit. A lot of the pushback that we've gotten is, you know, we're volunteers, we're not paid for this. How can you expect us to attend these trainings? So I think that may alleviate some of that. I also think that when people have called in, you know, governing body members for these entities have called in and talked to our auditors about, you know, why is this necessary? Why do I have to do this? When we've had the chance to, you know, explain to them the public funds that are at stake, you know, the over $6 billion last year that went to counties, cities, towns, special districts, school districts, you know, and that if they weren't on the board or on the body in a public officer position, they would want their money protected the same way, right? So when we've had the opportunity to explain that, I think not everyone, but a majority of people have come to see that perspective. But the sticking point, I think, for them still is, you know, we're volunteers, we're not paid for this, so how are we supposed to do it? So,
thank you very much. Anything further? All right, thank you. You can probably stay close. You don't have to run off. Ms. Sharp, please. We have a financial reporting amendments, and committee members usually recall there was some discussion with the agency in our last meeting about difficulty understanding what grants and loans were in current statute, et cetera. And there was different departments were interpreting that a little differently, and continuing contracts, if it's a multi-year contract, et cetera. So what we did is we tried to, if I'm not summarizing it accurately, you go ahead and holler at me, Director, but what we tried to do is get very precise about what can be withheld and who's withholding it, so we can try to simplify the system as best possible. And we have, I'd like to acknowledge our state auditors here, Ms. Racinas, thank you for being here, and our capable deputy. And then we have our Department of Revenue here as well, who's now a part of this bill. And there's also a deletion in this bill for the state treasurer, which I guess if he's getting deleted, he didn't want to show up or send anybody, so it's fine. But anyway, Ms. Sharp, if you just walk us through the bill and kind of give us the highlights or the specifics of what the changes are. And I also, just so we know, just so you know, when we worked through this bill, there was consultations with the executive branch and also our legal, our fiscal kind of, I guess, expert, Mr. Richards, Don Richards, was involved in this discussion as well. So please proceed, Ms. Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so we're looking at 24 LSO 235 Financial Reporting Amendments 2. And what the bill deals with mainly is the Department of Audit is governed by Article 5 in Title 9 of the statutes, 9-1. And so one of the first major statutes that the Department of Audit is required to comply with is 9-1-507. So you'll see that the bill deals mainly with that statute. So if we go to page 2 of the bill, first, we'll go back a little bit. I'll step back one second. What 9-1-507 does is it directs the Department of Audit to supervise the financial records of state agencies, counties, municipalities, and special districts. And that's just general. We can get into specifics about what all entities that includes, but that's the general requirement of Director Sanchez. Then as part of this function, as Director Sanchez said so if you go to in 9-1-507A, then if you go down to paragraph 7, that is where each of these entities has to provide a report of their expenditures and their revenues. And that is what the Department of Audit refers to as the census report. So that's the first thing that we're dealing with in this bill draft. To enforce the census report, then as you recall, in 2022, the legislature amended 9-1-507 to require state agencies to withhold grants and loans to the cities, towns, and counties that didn't comply first with the consensus report and then with the follow-up paper that was necessary by the census report. The problem, as you recall, is what does grants and loans mean? And as we looked into it, we thought maybe, in working with the Department of Audit, we thought, well, maybe we could better define grants and loans. But then when we worked with our administrator, our budget fiscal, Don Richards, the problem is there are so many different types of payments that agencies pay to cities, towns, and counties that it's virtually impossible. It's not impossible, but it would be incredibly cumbersome to list all those types of payments. So what we thought we attempted to do then after that is to, and I'll walk through to the bill, but I'm just giving you the big picture right now, is to limit the withholding of funds to counties, towns, and cities and municipalities to sales and use taxes. So we just have one stream of funding that we would limit. Then for the counties right now, under the 2022 amendments to 507, the counties had to withhold all payments to these special districts. But again, what did that mean? And what if the county had already entered into an agreement to provide different payments? So what we tried to do for the counties is to also limit it to one stream of funding that would be withheld by the county treasurer, and that would be property taxes. So, and then the last thing we did is we did repeal, there was a provision that required the state treasurer to withhold direct distributions to the local entities, to counties, cities, and towns. But the problem with that is that direct distributions are actually made through a bill draft, and through legislation, and that bill provides directors' distributions are appropriated to the Office of State Lands and Investments to give to the cities, towns, and counties. So what we did is we just repealed that provision altogether, and we limited it to two streams of funding that would be withheld for failure to provide the census report or the follow-up information. And so I'll walk you through the bill draft, and you can see what we've done. So if you go to page 2 of the bill draft, and you'll see on line number 5, it directs the Department of Audit, so Director Chavez will have to then we go to line number 8, and what he will have to do now is actually provide information about who failed to comply with the census requirement and the follow-up information. He'll have to notify the director of the Department of Revenue. And that way, then the next thing, so we go down to line 11 and 12, the director, because sales and use taxes are paid out by the Department of Revenue, not by the state auditor. So on 11 and 12, it provides that the director of the Department of Revenue shall withhold all distributions, and that first statute there, 39-15-111, that's your sales taxes. So the director will hold all distributions for sales taxes, and then the next one, 39-16-111-16, is use taxes. So they'll withhold those to the non-compliant counties, cities, and towns. And the time period is the same for actually, we have October 15th. Did we have October 5th before? I think we've moved it.
October 5th
Was the previous.
We had to first.
Yeah, so it's about after October 15th is when the director of the Department of Revenue would begin withholding those future funds. So that's the first thing we do. And so again, this is the funding that goes to the counties, cities, and towns. Their portion of sales and use taxes would be withheld. So then we can go to page 3. The next thing that the director of the Department of Revenue would have to do, and this is what you requested at your last committee meeting, on line 4, so page 3, line 4, is that the director would certify monthly to the Department of Audit, Management Council, and the non-compliant entity the amount of distributions that were held, the amount of those sales and use taxes that would be withheld. Now, the reason why it says Management Council in there is that was in anticipation that management audit might have been suspended. So just so you know that could change, and we could put management audit back in there. So now we're going to switch, and then we'll go to on page 3, line 9. Again, what this says, and so now we have in paragraph 4, this provides that the director of the Department of Audit now will certify to the county commissioners and to the special districts, again, which entities are not in compliance with the census report and what other follow-up documents they have. So then we'll go to page 4. Page 4, and on line 3, what it says there is, and again, we had to put notwithstanding any other provision of law, because we have other provisions of law that require these funds be paid out. So what we have said then on line 5 is that the county, on page 4, line 5, that the county treasurer will withhold property taxes. The two statutes that we're looking at, 39-13-111, that provides for the method of distributing property taxes, and then 18-12-119 talks about the duties of the county commissioners to levy taxes. But in essence, we're just saying that if those local districts don't comply, and these smaller and these other entities that are required to comply, and the other entities are public entities that receive funds from municipalities. So if they don't comply with this census report, then the county treasurer will withhold property taxes from them until they comply. And then we drop down to line 17 on page 4, and the county treasurer then will have to certify monthly to the Department of Audit, to Management Council, or if you want, Management Audit, and to the non-compliant district, the amount of property taxes that have been withheld. Then on page 4, we'll go over, or I'm sorry, on the bottom of page 4, we have instructions where you have 9-1-510 on line 22. This talks about failure for a public officer to comply. And in B, if you'll remember, one of the things that the Department of Audit had mentioned is that they were having, there is some difficulties here because there are so many, the CPAs are so busy right now, it is hard to sometimes get a completed audit within the time period that the statute requires, within the 3 months after the end of the fiscal year. So what we've done in this subsection B, this subsection provides that the Department of Audit, that the director can, for good cause, can extend the time period for complying. But the question is what is good cause? So we clarified in that on line 9, we clarified that good cause means reasons beyond the control of that entity. So that would be where the CPA firm says, we just can't get it done. We have so many other audits to do. And so that's a little bit different than what the rest of the bill is. And that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Sharp on the bill draft? In the committee? Questions from the committee? Former Representative, current Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This may not be a direct question to you, but it seems to me the counties should have some obligation on the state money coming to them and the special districts, et cetera. The counties should be ensuring the funds are used appropriately, seems to me. But I would just like to ask about that situation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I think there are folks here from the County Commissioners Association and others in the room that may speak to that more directly. I think this is more about compliance and census reporting, not the appropriate use of the funds. But Department of Audit, do you want to respond to the use of the funds, maybe in the context of what you understood Senator Furphy asking? It's not really within the context of the bill, I guess is what my point is. So, Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Furphy, I think I would say it is the responsibility of the governing bodies to ensure that the entities in which they govern are in compliance with statute. But I think that's a separate conversation, I guess. I would say they probably do have some responsibility in making sure that reporting requirements are met.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Ottman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on one of the things, in the requirement that some funding is withheld, except if it's in a different place saying that it's required that they get paid, how's that going to work? How are entities going to discern that? Is that part of that training? Or, I mean, there's so many laws and it's like this, and this, except for this, and this. So if you could help me with that, please.
It
Ms.
doesn't,
Sharp, please.
Mr. Chairman. So, and the director Director Henson might be able to, well, I'm sure we'll have a much more in-depth knowledge of this. But yes, there are statutes that require the Department of Revenue to pay funds out, as well as the state auditor. So that's why we have placed in here, which you've seen in many places in the statutes, where we say, notwithstanding any other provision of law. And again, what it means is that as a prerequisite to receive public funds, you have to comply with the law. And so it's definitely, it's possible to do this, that say although yes, we have an obligation to provide you with your sales and use taxes or with your property taxes. We will only do that if you comply with the law. And the law is that that you have to provide your expenses, your revenues and expenses, and your follow-up documentation, because then if you don't, the Department of Audit can't do their job, and they can't provide you with the full picture and the full audit, the whole state audit. Then you can,
Yeah, the cost of
Go ahead.
yeah, the cost
please.
of government, sorry.
Please, go ahead. More? Follow-up? Nope. Further questions? Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am not familiar with the reporting requirements. So what's included in that? Where I'm coming from is we obviously want to try to protect our state's money and making sure it's being used appropriately. So what is in those reporting requirements? Do they have to certify that the funds are used appropriately? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director, please.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Furphy. So the main census report basic requirements are that the entity has to report its revenues, expenditures, cash, and investments. And then depending on revenue and expenditure levels, then additional reporting requirements come into play. So for example, entities whose higher of revenues or expenditures are less than $25,000 don't have to do anything additional. If you have $100,000 to $500,000, then you have to submit a proof of cash, which is basically just a bank reconciliation, and then essentially an internal control self-evaluation. And then if you're $500,000 to $1 million, you have to have a CPA review, and then over $1 million is a CPA audit. And then they do have to certify that essentially to the best of their knowledge, the information provided is accurate.
Thank you. Any further questions for Ms. Sharp on the bill draft? We're going to go to agencies with the state auditor and then to the Department of Revenue. Further questions for the bill draft, on the bill draft? I think one thing to be clear, folks, is, and Ms. Sharp, I think, mentioned it, but there are two repealers in this, and those two repealers are substantive to this getting to that grants and loans question and trying to actually avoid that question. One is cities, towns, and counties grants and loans, and the second one is special districts grants and loans, and who withholds those. So the two repealers, we're replacing the two repealers with another approach of doing something else. We'll see what the comments are and where we go with it, but that's what we're trying to do, is clarify what we're doing. And that was the request of the department. So, Ms. Sharp, did you have something to follow up?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct, and I should have finished with that. So if you go to page 5 of the bill draft in section 2, you'll see that 91507J is repealed, JI, little I is repealed, and Roman numeral 3 little I is also, that paragraph is also repealed. So what that means is that that deletes all the language about the loans and grants. It also eliminates the requirement of bringing in the state auditor's office and notifying all the agencies. So it actually simplifies the process. In addition, it also repeals the requirement that the state treasurer withhold direct distributions.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. So have a state auditor come up, and maybe she's just going to say thank you for removing me from the statutes and voiding my responsibilities. You can, if I paraphrase that, you can give a longer version. But Madam Auditors,
Mr.
pleasure
Chairman,
to see you.
Thank
Good
you for
morning.
removing us from this statute.
Ms. Troutwine, great to see you. Please proceed. Introduce yourselves and proceed on this bill draft. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We really are just here for questions. We are, our office exists in the existing law, which we have complied with, but it was real awkward. We are not involved in the reporting string at all between these entities and Department of Audit. But the notification does have to go under current statute to agency CFOs. We just happen to be the agency with the current email list, and we maintain that for CFOs. So we were pulled into that bill last year in a little bit of an awkward way. Now that the payments attempting to be withheld are different, it makes a lot of sense for us to not be in this process. So we're just here for any questions or clarifications about our current role or our lack thereof now. We think the draft is great.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Any questions for Madam Auditor or Deputy Troutwine? Any questions? Thank you. And to be clear, as we consider this bill, it was just trying to put the mechanisms into place to how we accomplish this. And sorry, the auditor just has such great abilities that she was brought in, but maybe we found a different mousetrap now, so.
And Mr. Chairman, we were
Please.
just talking, we will continue to, of course, under the current reporting cycle, which will be coming up in October, we will continue to follow the current law and do the best we can with that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you, Madam Auditor. I think, looks like Director Henson, is there any other agencies that are going to speak to this bill? I see several other agencies here. State Lands is here. Thank you, Director Scoggins. Not want to speak to this bill? Okay. Then we'll get to public comment. Director Henson, good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good morning. Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue, and I have with me today Christy Urick, who is the CFO. And we really appreciate the opportunity to visit with you about this bill. First and foremost, though, I would like to take the opportunity to basically give kudos to the Department of Audit. We've talked a little bit this morning about the training that they've made available to these entities. And I wanted you to know that I took the opportunity to attend that one-day training in person. I also included the Property Tax Division Administrator. And one of those reasons for doing so is in my professional career as an elected county assessor, I had the opportunity to work with hundreds of members of boards that, as has been stated before, they are volunteers and they want to do things right, but they're just not sure. So what I would like to state is the training was excellent, time well spent. I particularly appreciate that the Department of Audit made it available virtually, eliminates a lot of the costs that we talk about. As long as they've got a computer, they can participate. But I think what it does is it puts a face to the Department of Audit. It creates a relationship between these entities and the Department of Audit. And I truly believe that they want to do things right. So I think it's a great start. There should be some recognition that in addition to the Department of Audit's responsibilities, the Department of Revenue has responsibilities for all special districts in that on boundaries and mapping and, to ensure that one water and sewer district does not overlap with another water and sewer district. So I believe in the future, there's an opportunity there for a partnership where we could also use this as a chance to provide information. There's a lot of great information on our website, maps, organizational documents, the petitions, the votes, all of this information is available to the public on our website, and we want to share that. So thank you for indulging me while I shared my experience with the training. Now to speak directly to the bill, the first thing that I would like to do is to perhaps offer a different perspective. So as the administrator of taxes in Wyoming, whether it be sales and use tax, property tax, I think it's important to know whose dollars these are. When the customer goes to the counter and there's a transaction and they buy tangible personal property, there's a tax that is assessed on that sales and use tax. That customer is the taxpayer. It is their money that those of us that administer taxes have a trust with that taxpayer, that the taxpayer's dollar is going to get to the taxing entities that are providing the services for those dollars. So this in-between piece, as we look at, perhaps looking at, the state's 4% sales tax, special purpose sales taxes, lodging taxes, all of these different taxes, that truly it's the taxpayer, that the funds run through the process, and we'll get into that a little more. But the idea is of taxes. Taxes are how we as citizens pool our resources to pay for things that we could not pay for ourselves. So that relationship is the taxpayer, the entity providing services. And then we just administer the flow of those dollars. So with that, I think it's important for this committee to understand, how does a distribution work? When you buy that item at a local retail store, how is that reported? And then how do we receive it? And then from that point, when the vendors reported it to us, remitted it to us, then how do we distribute that? And if I may, I'd like to turn that over to Christy Urich to just kind of look at it from the transactional basis of how this flow works.
Please proceed. Welcome. Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Christy Urich. I'm the administrator of the Administrative Services Division, and I handle all the collections of the revenues and the distributions.
A little closer to the mic, please, Ms. Urich. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, how the distribution works, it's a very complex system. For the sales and use taxes particularly, what happens is, as those returns are received from the entities, are reported to us, they're reported to us by the county jurisdictions. They come into our system. If we receive payment for those, they're posted in the system to that liability. Our system then distributes those dollars based on the statutes. So basically all of our revenue is broke up by revenue sources particularly, so we can track each and every one of those revenues. The option taxes are also reported on those returns. So once they're distributed, we have a daily distribution that happens, that the next morning it's reported, and then we move the state's revenue every day. So the state is getting their portion of that 4% dollar every day. The other dollars are then proportioned into buckets based on those taxes that we were speaking to earlier. So you have basically the cities, towns, and counties portion of the 4%, and then we have basically special purpose dollars. So we have a specific purpose tax, which is for projects that are voted on. Then we also have the general purpose tax, which is the fifth penny, and we have lodging taxes that are also reported. Those dollars are put in those buckets by revenue sources, and then at month end, we do a process that's a monthly distribution that creates a transmittal to each one of those county, cities, and towns that shows those breakout dollars based on their option taxes and their state portion of the 4%. And then the whole check is then distributed to them with these transmittals, so they know how to appropriately budget their dollars. And this bill speaks just to the 4% and not to the option taxes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Ms. Urich? It would be, I think, helpful. I know you have a diagram. I'm seeing a diagram of this process too. Maybe provide that to our LSO staff and they can add it to our committee materials, just so we have a graphic. Some people learn by seeing a flow chart, if you will, and that might be helpful too. And any timelines that might be in there as well, as far as distributions are handled for different entities at different times, monthly or quarterly or et cetera, et cetera. You don't have to have all of them in there, but I think that's a note for the committee that community colleges can get them at a different rate or different time intervals than others do. So there are uniquenesses within the statutes as well. So further questions, Director, anything further that you'd like to offer on the actual language of the bill?
I don't have any proposed amendments. It's just that recognition that that is a daily occurrence. And so for us to provide, receive notification that we should no longer distribute those funds. We are going to need to get with our software provider to see, can we pick out that 4% and still distribute the other sales tax dollars, because it's, when a vendor is remitting, they're remitting the total percentage for all of those that are specific to that location. So just something that we'll definitely look at our process and see what changes would have to occur. The other item, if I may, I would like to speak a little bit to the property tax piece of this. And so I know that the county treasurers are aware of this legislation, and so they certainly can offer their comments. But one of the things for the Department of Revenue, there's a compliance piece that if the map that they have provided is not in compliance, and we have not issued that they're compliance, there's already a statute that says county commissioners can't levy their funds. If they don't have an active board, they can't levy their property tax. But remember, this happens at the budget process. So it's before the mill levies are set. So it is a known thing. So you don't have a situation where taxpayer dollars are collected and then we have to hold them or do something with them. This process stops them at the time that the levies are established. And so I think that's a little bit cleaner. We'd be happy to report to this committee what that process is in a little more detail in the future. But the other part of that is, if, let's say I live in Fire District 1, which I do, which went to the voters and asked to borrow money for improvements, new fire station, those types of things. The voters approved a mill levy to borrow money and pay for those improvements. You would hope that they would be in compliance, but what is the situation? What occurs if they are not in compliance with the Department of Audit, if there's still a principal and interest payment that is owed, but those dollars can't be distributed by the county treasurer? So I think there may be some additional work that needs to go into some possible amendments, but the county treasurer should be able to speak to that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the director? Questions for the director? Seeing none on this table. I guess, so my interest is in the actual, and I am familiar with the basically not allowing the levy, the commissioners not doing that. So is that how we should approach this? If they're not done their census report, the next time they're up for the county commissioners are putting together the mill levy, and that district just doesn't have it available again. Is that another approach that gets, it's not as timely maybe because it's a year later. It's a subsequent year, I should say, tax year. But is that another approach? Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it is. I believe that that is then accomplished in a public hearing when the commissioners are required to establish and certify those levies. So every taxing entity has to have a public, when I say public, it's just the entities for property tax that are responsible for paying those taxes. They have to have a public meeting. They have to have a proposed budget, a final budget. The final budget goes to the county commissioners for the calculation of a mill levy. That all happens no later than the first Monday in August for that tax year. And so I think that it perhaps might be a cleaner way. It might be at least a first step prior to withholding distribution of sales and use taxes to all of the entities. But we're talking different entities here. Special districts, while I absolutely believe that they are more knowledgeable now than they've ever been as far as what their duties are, to a further extent, we've even seen a special district association created. where they're sharing information and knowledge. I believe I just saw that the irrigation districts just got together and created an association so that they could share information. So I think the safekeeping of taxpayer dollars is in the forefront. But to your point, Mr. Chairman, just another option on the table, I believe, that would serve.
Thank you. One of the things to keep in mind with that option is dissolution could happen before the levy was actually withheld. So there would be no levy because the dissolution would have occurred. So we have to keep that in mind. There's timing issues for both that need to be considered. So thank you very much, Director, Administrator. We appreciate that. And we will look forward to other suggestions as far as language, et cetera. Other state agencies here that want to testify? I see the governor's office, Ms. Anderson is here. Greetings for a later topic. All right, thank you. Any other state agencies? All right, public comment. I see Jeremiah with the County Commissioners Association. Welcome, Mr. Riemann. And anyone else that's interested? Is anybody online while Mr. Riemann's getting settled?
No, Mr. Chairman, no one online.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Please introduce yourself and provide testimony.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I'll try and touch on a few topics that have been discussed this morning and certainly make myself available for any conversation that you want to have. The first place I wanted to start in just kind of chronological order from the conversation this morning is with the census report. And I don't think it was intended, but I just want to provide some clarity. This is not a fraud report. Fraud is a very big word that has some very specific meanings. And there's nothing to suggest in this report that there's fraud. Now, the underlying activities that happen through the course of getting to these reports might identify fraud. But I just want to be very careful about the words we use and how we might characterize a particular report. Certainly happy to continue to work with the committee as fraud comes up and make sure that we don't have that.
Yeah, thank you. And I do appreciate that clarification. Senator Nethercott, you had something.
Mr. Chairman, yes, just for a point of clarification for the public as well. What the Department of Audit provided was not published online with our meeting materials. It's not updated yet. What the Department of Audit provided and what Representative Ottman was referring to was a list of, I believe, criminal convictions that have resulted out of public entities where embezzlement did occur. That's that reference. What is published is the compliance report for the training. And so I want to make sure those aren't conflated.
Yeah, and I appreciate that clarification. There are some materials that were based on public reporting of cases that are out there and not to be confused with the census report and the compliance that we're talking about here. So thank you, Mr. Riemann, for bringing it up. Thank you, Senator Nethercott, for clarifying.
Thank you, Mr.
Please proceed.
Chairman. I appreciate that clarification. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to talk to the public officer training piece first. And I do compliment the department for the work that they've done. Let's be honest, this was an entirely new task that was thrust upon them. And it's a monumental task to move forward with educating, providing trainings for the hundreds of special districts, which by nature have multiple members. So there are certainly thousands of people that are looking to this training. To our association, they've been very generous, and later this month, we will be hosting a training that they will be providing with our county officers across the state. Over 300 of them are currently registered for that in-person training, which will happen in Casper. And I know that they've offered others that our members are taking advantage of. Just to your question about the things that we're hearing, as we've been the registrar for all of these individuals to attend the training that we're hosting, we have heard a number of questions perhaps concerns, conundrums, whatever you want to call it. The first one is who's required to receive this training. If you just read the statute itself, I could make a case that the county commissioners aren't necessarily required to. Now, we're not making that case. We've decided that this is an important training to proceed with, but we've had questions about what about our deputy? Do they have to receive the training, or is it just the elected official? Thankfully, the department's been able to provide some clarification in that regard, and what we've been advised is the deputy is not the individual. It would be the elected official, the responsible party, the highest responsible party for those accounts. The department did put together rules and regulations, and in that they have a series of exemptions, primarily for individuals that are certified public accountants and or perhaps an auditor themselves, which certainly does provide some clearance for some, but we've had questions come up from others. Some of the attorneys that serve as county commissioners or in other roles have said, well, hey, I have to go through ethics training and some of these other pieces. Why aren't I exempted from that? We've heard others say, I've been an elected official for 20 plus years. Why am I now being subjected to this? I've got 20 years worth of audits behind me showing that I've done a good job. I don't know that these are things we can solve for everybody, but it does perhaps question that as time goes on, maybe we want to look at those rules and regulations and make some alterations. The biggest one is just how many trainings were going to be provided. A lot of people were really concerned that our training was going to be the only one that they'd have access to. Thankfully, the department has stood up other trainings and moved forward. And they've also allowed, as you heard during your last meeting, for some entities to serve in that role. That's great. We're looking at taking our new commissioner orientation and evolving it to incorporate these concepts. So as new commissioners come into place, we just offer it to them as an association. It's taken care of. So I think we're resolving that issue, but we'll have to continue to offer additional trainings moving forward. The biggest one is the number of hours involved. And thankfully, the department's been able to take it. I think initially they were thinking it was going to be an 8-hour training. They've got it down to about 6 hours. But we've heard from a number of people that serve on special districts in particular that say, hey, I only serve on this special district and go to a meeting that's a couple of hours long every quarter, maybe every 6 months. And now I've got to go to a 6-hour training. It's a little bit of an extra commitment. So the one thing that I would suggest, and I will to the department too, is can we look at something that allows for a self-paced program? You can get in for a couple of hours and take portion, a couple modules of the training. A month later, come back and do the next couple of modules so that it fits your schedule a little bit better. So those are, again, the big things that we've heard from our experience in this effort, but on the whole, those that have gone through the training, it's provided some good reminders to them and perhaps some new information that they weren't aware of. And we're looking forward to, again, incorporating that into our own internal trainings that we offer commissioners. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll just turn to the bill really quickly. I don't have a major concern with the switch from grants and loans to sales and use tax. I think the one thing that I would simply offer is that in the back part of this, on page 5, you see that language about good cause shown. In other words, the department can provide an extension to your reporting deadline for a good cause shown, and it's defined. That's all good and well. What's a little bit difficult for me to see either in the language or perhaps in the statutory connections is that when you're looking at the language on page 2, whether good cause is a reason to avoid withholding. So in other words, right now, the way I would read it is that the department, if you haven't hit that deadline, is required to report you, and you're going to have a withholding of sales and use tax, regardless of the fact that you might have been granted good cause for an extension. So I just ask that the committee consider whether something related to good cause might be added into the language on page 2, maybe at the end of that first sentence on line 11. But it's just the one piece that came to my mind as I evaluated this. Beyond that, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any major issues that I would bring forward. I just would caution, though, that we got to be careful here, because you heard from the director about obligations for bonds and other things of that nature. Local governments ultimately also have an obligation to continue plowing your road and providing all those other services. And again, as long as there's good cause, we should be able to continue to do good things for the community and shouldn't be penalized. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Riemann? Questions? Seeing none, but I guess I have one. I don't recall in my 8 years on this committee, or however long it is, glorious years, a county being on that list. I may be wrong, but I don't think it's very likely, or but we do see a lot of special districts, which often the dissolution that Ms. Henson talked about earlier. So you don't have to maybe exhaust it right now, but I think because dissolution is in current statute and withholdings is in current statute, we're just trying to actually maybe clean it up, make it in some way. I would like some thoughts from the County Commissioners Association. You have a meeting coming up on that dissolution process and some of those type of things, because that is the ultimate hammer for these special districts. We're just trying to check them by saying, get this done or you don't get your money. But the ultimate hammer is the obligation, I read the statute, shall dissolve these districts. And so I guess I'd like some feedback on them from the county commissioners about how they see that role and what some of the challenges they actually see in it. Maybe it's a little bit beyond the scope of this bill, but it's certainly within the context of what we're trying to accomplish with here, which is, I think, good government and responsive government, and government that is fulfilling its responsibilities. So any comments on that, and maybe bring us something back?
Yeah,
Mr. Riemann.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to have a further conversation with the membership about this, but I would just suggest that it's a very frustrating position for commissioners to step into. If you think about our special district statutes, there are really kind of two ways that they're formed. One is a petition comes to the commissioners and they get to authorize it to be put before the voters. So they really don't have a big role in that other than that authorization. The other is that they actually form it themselves in some unique circumstances, a fair board, a museum board, and some others. It's a smaller subset of the larger group. So in the one instance, they do have some role, but once they establish it, it's a bit beyond most of their day-to-day control. You may remember we saw a bill last session about whether we could actually dissolve some of these boards that even county commissioners had initially created. We've resolved that in some regard, but the commissioners largely don't have any role in the mill levy setting, the budgeting for most of these special districts. And so then when it comes to that dissolution process, the county commissioners now have to put themselves into the role of that board and begin to process dissolving something that in some instances may be a board that they support and want to see continue, but by law they're required to dissolve it. So it provides a lot of conundrums for county commissioners when it comes to this special district county commission relationship. But Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to see if I can tease more out of the commissioners relative to that process. Because it has come up in a couple of instances. Natrona County, Washakie County have been on that front. Mr. Chairman, I also forgot to get to Senator Furphy's question, and I'm happy to
Please
do
proceed.
that as well. Senator Furphy, I didn't quite understand the question. Was it a question in relationship to special districts and their obligation to county commissioners, or was it just a county question?
Senator Furphy, did you want to follow up on your question from earlier? He feels comfortable that it was answered, maybe, so.
Okay. Yep, Mr. Chairman, if it is that special district county commissioner relationship, I would just suggest that county commissioners, by and large, have no obligation, perhaps no statutory authority to oversee those special districts beyond these dissolution processes, or in some instances, the setting of their mill levy. There are some instances where county commissioners can veto portions of a special district budget, but that's in a very small subset of special districts. No special district is alike, is what I've come to find out.
Okay, thank you. So now we know why it even becomes more complex. All right. Yes, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Jeremiah. It's good to see you again. What I'm wondering is a basic question. Do the special districts and their compliance have any effect on a county, the commissioners, doing their audits and being in compliance with record keeping and reports that they do? Can special districts hold that up by not being compliant?
Go ahead, please, Mr. Raymond.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, if the question is, can a special district in some way then end up in a situation where by their non-compliance, they're withholding funds from county, that's not really an issue. But the counties do have some obligation to some of these special districts in certain circumstances. Several years ago, you dealt with reporting requirements or public records. And there are a subset of special districts that are of a certain size that don't have capacity to hold records. And so the county clerk, by extension, holds those records for them. So there are some intertwinings between the two. It just, again, depends on the special district that you're talking to.
Okay, yes, please, a follow-up.
And just in case I wasn't clear, if the special districts are not doing their paperwork, okay, can that make it difficult for a county to get their yearly audit done? A county that's over 4,000 people or whatever.
Please proceed, Jeremiah.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, I'm not aware that that's the case, but I'll certainly talk to the clerks and treasurers and see if I can tease out anything that would suggest that that's the case.
Thank you. Further questions from Mr. County Commissioners Association? None. Thank you, Jeremiah. Anyone else to testify? Anyone else to testify on this bill? Anyone join us online? Thank you, Representative Conrad. Representative Conrad has joined us. He is having difficulty connecting earlier in the morning, and I'm glad that those technicalities have been worked out. Anyone else? No one online? No one in the room? All right, committee, so we've heard some suggestions. Pass this forward, bill forward to the next one. We'll have amendments and maybe some suggestions. We'll ask LSO, our staff, to be engaging with some of these other folks, and we'll have some potential amendments and things like that for people to consider as we get to our next meeting. Discussion on the bill? Or discussion on where we are for now? Madam?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many more meetings do we have for this committee?
Madam Chairman, well, we have one scheduled, but within our budget, we probably could have a couple more if we chose to. And I don't know that we'll need one, but I think we could have one. And I think your point is well taken. We're going to work 3 or 4 bill drafts in our next meeting. And depending on the substance or the extent of the changes, do we want to go back out to let the public look at them again? And with our current going into a budget session, we have all of December, and I know that's a busy time for an appropriator. But we all need something to do in January, so we might just meet in January. Go ahead, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we are capable of making amendments now.
First, any further discussion on the bill or the testimony you've heard? And then I'm certainly open to amendments of the bill to advance to the next meeting to be reviewed then. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman.
I just want to know what we're getting into.
Yeah,
I
Mr. Chairman, I think we can make some amendments now. I don't see a problem with that, but I do think that it's imperative that we heard a lot of testimony today. And I think that it's, in my opinion, I think it's very imperative that if we do want to make the amendment, certainly direct LSO to have us a fresh bill draft for our next meeting. But I don't think we want to take action on this bill today and sponsor this moving forward without taking into consideration what we just heard from a lot of the interested parties. So.
Go ahead, Senator Ecott, you have amendments you'd like to propose to the bill draft?
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, just to explain logistically, and perhaps this is my controlling nature from being a chairman for too long, but typically it's my preference, perhaps yours, to work the bill, an amendment, and then at the time that we all feel satisfied with the work that's been done, adopt it as a formal committee bill. Then it's in its final form, and then that's the one that we take to session with the committee's joint name on it. And recognizing how many meetings we have left, it's prudent and timely, since it's September, to work these bills now in the event they need additional revisions in light of the overwhelming amount of testimony we received. And so it's my preference not to put off work that we could do today, tomorrow. Don't always practice that, but that's my belief.
And Madam Chairman, I am fully willing to entertain motion or amendments to this bill draft.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment on page 2.
So there's not a motion to advance this to the session as a final copy. This is a motion to amend the bill to be considered further. Please. Page 2.
Correct. This is a motion for an amendment, recognizing we'll see this bill at our next meeting with likely further amendments at that time. This amendment is based on the recommendation of the County Commissioners Association to provide further clarity about that good cause exception, to provide that in page 2. I think that is most appropriately placed on line 16. And so on line 16, after the word compliance, to add the language, unless good cause is shown, as more further described, and then cite that statutory reference.
Thank you. Ms. Sharp, do you have that? Okay. There was a second. Any discussion on the tying that bow? Discussion on tying that bow? Does there need to be a conforming one in the section 4 as well?
I would just direct LSO for any conforming amendments as appropriate.
Okay, so understand what the motion is? This is to include the good cause as an exception to withholding. All right, all those in favor of the concept of the amendment and the conforming, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Further amendments to the bill draft? Yes, Senator Bateman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout the bill, there's reference to management council with regard to monthly certification to the Department of Audit, Management Council, and the non-compliant county. I see it on page 3. I see it page 4. Anyway, I think that I would propose an amendment to strike management council and put the legislature.
Second.
So the motion is second to strike management council and put the legislature. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Amendment is adopted. Further amendments in the bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Senator Nethercott.
so I recognize the concern from the Department of Revenue about the ability of their software to withhold the 4% from the total amounts received, and that's seems like a small logistical issue, but it's probably much larger, recognizing how we're all beholden to software. And it's likely not feasible, probably. And so a question about that, which is to withhold all of it, which is a big deal. But I think it's I think it's again another binary situation where there's not an ability to parse out percentages from the system. It's either kind of an all or nothing situation. And so I think that's the question for us to consider, and a very real one for its practicability.
Thank you. I agree that maybe between Director Henson and our LSO staff, there may be a single stop shop for all distributions as opposed to this compartmentalized or this proportional approach, and maybe they can come up with some ideas about how that might work.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Representative Brown.
The only other thing that I would say on top of that is Director Henson also alluded to, we're going to have to talk to the software people. My guess is that's not going to come free. And we're probably going to end up having some level of a discussion where if we can't solve that internally, there's probably going to need to be an appropriation here to send over there to our department to ensure that they have the availability to fix the software. I'm just thinking logistically as they move down the road, these types of adjustments to coding don't come for free. So maybe if we give the direction not only to the director, but as well as Ms. Sharp to work with an appropriation amount of what you think that might be by the next meeting.
Go ahead, please proceed.
I think that we probably need to have at least an understanding of what that's going to look like.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So one of the things we need to understand is how is distribution actually made? If it's made by a paper check, that is just, don't put the stamp on it. So I think that's something we need to understand too from our department as we learn more about what we want to not distribute and how that can be done, whether it can be accomplished. I think if we're talking about the proportional thing, then it is a software thing. But if we're talking about a gross amount or the total amount, then maybe it's simpler. Representative Nyman, further discussion or amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. If I could, I'd like to chat again with Director Henson. I have a couple questions for her, if that would be appropriate.
Yep, that'd be fine. Director Henson, you're in the hot seat. For those that are waiting on the next two topics, and I'm sorry, maybe I was optimistic. No, I wasn't optimistic. I was realistic. But so when we get done with this, question, this bill, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll go with the appointment and then with the state land. So I just give everybody a kind of a lay of the land. We're running a little behind, but we're going to get there. Go ahead, Ms. Henson. Majority Floor Leader Nyman, go
Just
ahead.
quickly, for my own edification here, instead of you guys holding it at the state level, what would be the possibility, and I guess I have to preface this question with, are most of the issues that you're facing special districts that are under the commissions, correct? Is that my understanding of what we're dealing with as far as withholding funds for those that are not in compliance? Is that true?
First of all, Representative Nyman, it's the Department of Audit that is actually doing the census
audit,
report.
but she was the one that was speaking to it to kind of help me understand.
Right, so maybe Department of Audit comes up too, and you both can respond to parts of the question, because Department of Audit is actually doing has the concern in their report, passing on that information to another entity. So Director Henson, you're certainly welcome to start your response to that.
And it
you would deal with.
It might be your question first, and then I'll go to Director Henson.
Go ahead, Director.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman. So for meeting the requirements, I'll say initially, it's special districts, but there's also cities, towns, counties. By the time we get to the end of the year, December 31, it's mostly just special districts. But throughout October and November, we have cities, towns, and counties who are also non-compliant.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up? Please go
Yes, I
ahead.
do. One follow-up. Now, Director Henson, maybe this would be the question that I'm trying to maybe get around, maybe wrap my head around this, is instead of you guys holding the dollars, if most of the issues are being faced by folks that are under the commissions, what would be the issue with letting the commissions take care of this and withholding the funds from their districts? Send it directly to them. Don't worry about trying to parse out who's doing what, but let it go to the commissions, and the commissions withhold those fundings from those different entities on their own lower level, instead of trying to piecemeal it out, taking less of an issue with the state end of it, and letting those districts, if a commission is struggling or having a problem, then you would get involved. But otherwise, you stay out of it. The money goes, they hold it at the local level until the special districts come into compliance. Would that be a possibility, or is that out of reach with what we can?
This is where we need a graph, a flow chart, don't we? Go ahead, Director Henson.
Mr. Chairman, one point to keep in the back of our mind, we don't distribute to the special districts for sales and use tax. We distribute to cities, towns, and counties. So special districts, the majority that we're talking about, those are property tax dollars that we're referring to. So you're not seeing special districts receive funds from the 4%.
Okay, thank you. It gets more complex, believe it or not.
Mr. Chairman?
Please, Senator Nethercott.
An idea to consider on this topic, and it's not fully formed, but perhaps at our next meeting to have a prepared amendment, so it's easier conceptually for the committee to see and everyone else to see without wrecking the bill draft right now, by LSO, having it in all, or where this department withholds all of the funds instead of requiring them to just withhold the 4%, which is probably not practical. And then a consideration would be it's withheld for the next year. And so that's a delayed hammer, but it is a heavy warning because it's all or nothing. And those concerns about additional obligations of that government entity needing to comply with down the road, they have lots of warning then for a year to comply, that it will be withheld. And it's kind of a fail-safe. I don't know if it's prudent or not, but that's my motion, and look forward to discussion on that or feedback from the departments.
Thank you. So there's an amendment suggestion that would withhold all the money, but delay that withholding for a year or until the following fiscal year, I think is what I understood. All right, discussion. I don't see any objection to that being drafted up. So please, Ms. Sharp, would you work with the department and see what we can do? Ms. Henson, do you have any comments or thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, no, I think the important piece of this is just recognizing that if we're looking at all of the sales and use tax, and including those things like special purpose, they're paying off a bond to make, capital, they're building structures, they're making improvements, those types of things. Just keeping that in the back of our mind, the lodging tax and where those funds go related to tourism account, those types of things. So I'm trying to determine at what point do the sales and what portion of the sales and use tax really wouldn't be implicated in this. To your point of talking about the entire amount, but yet you've got entities that are really not responsible for a compliance piece of this that could possibly be affected if we withheld the entire amount. So I think there's a lot more to think through here, and we'll definitely work with LSO, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion on this bill draft? Further discussion? Ms. Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess in thinking about giving people the benefit of the doubt here, I'm a little concerned about this essentially like 10-day window of like reporting on October 5th, who is not in compliance, which we know from the material in our packet is the majority of folks, and then saying, starting October 15th, 10 days later, is when the process to start to withhold funds is occurring. I think that's really quick. and maybe doesn't allow time for, conversations about good cause or like legit somebody forgot. And I'm saying this as somebody who's filled out the paperwork, but have not necessarily like, when do you receive the reminder? Or in looking at, again, like the majority of people are late, maybe 9 out of this list were early, which then I'm like, should they get an incentive for being early? And maybe that incentive costs less than a software upgrade. Anyways, I'm just concerned about the short window of 10 days in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sherwood. I recall you having that same concern 2 years ago when we were drafting the bill that we were having in current statute. You probably recall that too. Yeah. All right. Further discussion on the bill draft? Anything further for our directors? All right. Thank you very much. There's a few things. Yes, Ms. Sharp. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I just wanted to point out is that currently, right now, the statute provides, and when we're talking about now, we're talking about the special districts and what the incentive is for the special districts to not or to be compliant with the census report. Currently the statute in paragraph, it's in J3, provides that, and this is one of the provisions that we were repealing, but there is a possibility of just not repealing it and leaving it just the way it is. What it says is that if a special district doesn't comply, then sorry, I have to find it right here, then the county treasurer, and I'm sorry, I spoke incorrectly. I didn't bring the bill draft with me. So we are not repealing this. What we have done is we have made this into your paragraph 4, J4. And sorry, and let me grab the bill draft so I can show you.
So what Ms. Sharp is getting to is there's a different timeline for the special districts. It's November 30th, not October 15th.
Correct.
When I inquired with the staff, as I read it, and I inquired with staff, why is it that way? Well, that's just what we did the last time. Do we want to upset that apple cart with 400 special districts, like tightening that timeline to Representative Sherwood's point? So go ahead, Lily.
Yeah, so if you can look at page 4 and go to line number 3 or line 3 through 6. What it says, what the change is that you consider whether you may consider if you even want to make this is, it says notwithstanding any other provision of law, the county treasurer shall withhold any further distribution of money. So that's what it says right now, is they have to withhold all distribution of money. The question came up is that too much of a hammer, basically? Is it easier to say you don't have to withhold all money from these special districts, but you do have to hold property taxes? And that is what the attempt was try to do is actually to make it easier for the county treasurers to know exactly what they have to withhold from these districts, the special districts.
Thank you. Questions? We'll have a lot to think about at our next meeting and some more information and a flow chart of how property taxes are collected and distributed. All right, thank you very much. So we are going to stand in recess until I guess 10:45, and we'll start right away with the Senate confirmation. Thank you. 10:45.
Actually, we didn't forget, it was like 8:30, and I was like, I don't want to. You're not Jay, or you are Jay, man.
All right, members, we'll come back to order. You will note one of our colleagues, Senator Beitman, has departed. There is a Superintendent Degenfelder is giving out some awards apparently today, and one of his school districts from Sheridan County is receiving one of those shout outs or awards or something. So he is departed to attend that and participate in that. Also a reminder that from the governor's office at 3 o'clock today, the governor is signing the proclamation for Suicide Awareness Month, Prevention Month, in the state of Wyoming. So 2 events, one the superintendent at 11 o'clock, and the second one the governor's ceremonial room. Thank you. All right, next topic for our consideration is the Senate confirmation process. And members of the committee and the public, as you saw, there's a nice compilation of research done by other organizations, but put together by our staff. And Pierre, if you'd like just to give us an overview of what's available. We're not going to go through it in detail. That's for us to do and decide how we want to proceed. But just give us the overview, please, Pierre.
Chairman Barlow, members of the committee, Pierre Chenet with LSO.
Would you punch that mic again?
Yep.
Please, thank you.
At our first meeting in June, the committee requested additional information regarding how other states confirm gubernatorial appointments. And LSO received 2 research products, one from NCSL and the other from CSG, the Council of State Governments. And while the NCSL report provides a nationwide survey of confirmation procedures, the CSG memorandum focuses on Western states. And the main takeaway from the CSG report is that the confirmation process is similar across the West and across Western states. That will conclude my brief remarks on the 2 products that LSO received.
Right. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Pierre? If you actually went through the NCSL one, first of all, you deserve merits. There's a lot there. No questions for Pierre? All right. Thank you very much, Pierre. All right. Is there any, and I mean, literally, that's what we're going to do with that information is it's for us to consider how we want to proceed. Obviously, it's the Senate has a stronger interest in this, and we actually have rules that deal with how we take up those. So there's probably 2 levels of review that the Senate needs to do. Is one, the rules, and then if there's statutory changes, well, then obviously we'll bring it to our House colleagues as well. But for right now, is there any public comment on the governor's office? Ms. Anderson also provided some feedback to questions that we asked in our first meeting. Those were provided last week. I think most of us just got them here in the last couple of days. So unlikely that you've actually reviewed them or may not have reviewed them in depth, but those are there for your review as well. All right, nothing? All right, public comment on the confirmation process. Public comment. All right, committee, so this is what I'm going to suggest. I'm going to suggest that I'm going to reach out to the senators on this committee with, and have you review the rules, the Senate rules on confirmations, and see if there's any adjustments we want to make on them. And subsequent to that, then if there's things we want to actually ask the legislature to consider changing within the statutes. So I think we'll just have a small working group of Senate, one to start with the rules. I've conferred with President Driscoll on this, and he thought that was a good way to start with what we do internally, and then go to the statutes. So unless there's no public comment, no comments from the committee, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification on the appointments and or reappointments and new appointments. There were like 900, I think, appointments and 400 that were done. And I went down through the reappointments and the new appointments. If a person is appointed and then not officially reappointed, is that slot then empty? Or does that person just stay there?
So I think there's a difference between when the appointment takes place, whether it's during the interim or a vacancy or not.
Yes.
And so there are differences between different boards. But the governor generally has authority to make interim appointments until the legislature comes back. Probably the more, and so that's a good question. The bigger question probably is, as you look at those boards and commissions, do all of them actually need to be confirmed by the Senate? And the executive branch has made some suggestions about ones they think they feel Senate should be involved in. And there's others where, is it the same level? I'll give you barbers and cosmetologists as a reminder. One is confirmed and one is not. There are two separate boards. One is confirmed and one is not. Yeah, and so I think we just have to maybe have a conversation about consistency. Now, that is a bigger and different bill draft that does those things. So process-wise, I think the Senate will at least take on the first step of that. If there's an interest in taking on some of those broader topics of which ones are confirmed, that's another discussion. And I think please review the materials, at least of what the executive branch suggests and what our staff has already put together, and then come back with ideas about how you want to proceed with that. But it may be, what my point being, it may be a general session topic, because you do not have, anyway, it's just easier to get around some of those, because it may be 5 or 6 different bills to get rid of some of those. Just because of topic, single topic. So, all right, further discussion? All right, seeing none, going to the next topic. Apparently, there's interest in the last topic. Ms. Lower, thank you very much. The task Ms. Lower had from the last meeting was to kind of evaluate how improvements were dealt with in other states. So Ms. Lower, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kelly Lower, LSO. As the chairman already stated, this is a memo detailing how leaseholders in other states are compensated for improvements on properties that have a commercial or residential lease. In general, Western states allow owners of improvements on state trust lands to receive payment for permanent improvements after the end of a residential or commercial lease, if the new lessee is not the owner of the improvements. Exact procedures regarding the payments of these improvements upon a lease expiration vary across each state. I've outlined that under each state's heading. Most states, however, do require that the payment is equal to the market value of the improvements, or as agreed upon between the two parties. And with that, Mr. Chairman, if there are any questions regarding any specific states.
Thank you. Members of the committee, anything on the memo that was of interest as we consider these things? As you'll recall, I think, members, we just went through quite a lengthy discussion about how agricultural improvements are valued and considered. I think in the last session, or maybe it's been the last 2 or 3 sessions, we've had these discussions. This is, I think, broadening that to other types of improvements that may be on the lands. Questions for Ms. Lower about any of the states that she looked at? All right, thank you, ma'am, very much. All right, I think, sorry, I'm going through my agenda here. I think we have prioritization needs, overcome obstacles. I think this was from the director, Director Scoggins, Mr. Deputy Director Crowder. And certainly, as there is wasn't quite sure where this bill draft came, or this markup came from, but it might be from you folks. If you'd like to first address the improvement issue, that'd be fine after you introduce yourselves, and then we'll go to the all of your testimony, since it looks like you're up for a while. Please proceed. And thank you for your patience. My apologies.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Jennifer Scoggin. I'm the Director for the Office of State Lands and Investments. With me is Deputy Director Jason Crowder. Mr. Chairman, if I understood it, you wanted us to address improvements first and then go through our prioritization, or can we just talk about improvements as part of our ordering of the obstacles.
Deputy, I think the second option sounds fine. If that's the way you were planning to proceed with it, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I mentioned, we were asked to prioritize the revenue generation obstacles, which appeared, I think, as page 35 on the slide deck that we previously provided to the committee. And so after some considerable thought, our first priority is the statutory limitations related to commercial and residential development and compensation for improvements. So that's our first priority. And Deputy Director Crowder will address the kind of strike add information that we gave you that was related to some existing statutes where we believe that some of those changes may help us in that regard. He'll address that here in a second. Our second priority was needed legislative authorization for sister agency use of state trust lands. And as part of that, we included with our materials to you that 2022 House Bill 54, just as an example of what we're talking about. And that bill was, although it was unsuccessful in becoming law, the idea behind it was for state parks to be able to lease state lands. And we think that there are opportunities for partnership with state parks for things such as, campgrounds on state lands, things like that, that we don't have the expertise to handle, but certainly state parks does. And we believe we have the authority to lease to sister agencies, but not every agency believes they have the ability to enter into those leases with us. And so that was actually directed toward the bus, which is, as I understand it, a mountain biking area near Lander. And there were some issues with that mountain biking park where, people were going off trail. Some of the trails were wearing down. Things needed to be repaired. There was an existing grazing lessee on the parcel that was getting irritated with folks just utilizing that. And so we had discussions with Representative Larson and with state parks about, hey, state parks could come in there, lease that from us, generate some revenue for the trust beneficiaries, but manage that a little better, help put together a parking lot where, people can park. And on those days, working with the grazing lessee, where perhaps the grazing lessee wanted to get cattle in there to graze, they could close the parking lot and close the facility on those days. So a lot of things that we don't have time to manage, but certainly state parks was willing to manage it. And that would be more of a win-win sort of situation. So that was just an example of what we were talking about there. Our third priority is the public land perception directing land management decisions. We have a lot of misinformation out there, or misunderstandings about what state lands are. A lot of people think that they're public lands. They miss sort of the nuance that state lands were given to the state to help generate revenue for the trust beneficiaries, largely K through 12 education, but there are some institutions as well. And so when we try to effectuate various real estate transactions, such as exchanges and things like that, we have folks who are used to using state parcels for hunting and fishing and things like that, who then come back with a lot of pushback saying, well, hey, wait, access, those sorts of things. And so what we've done to kind of address that, or how we're trying to address that, is we are working on hiring a public information officer that the legislature authorized us to hire. We've been taking resumes for that, haven't found the right fit yet, but we're hoping to utilize the PIO to help with that, as well as we're trying to increase our communication with the public so they really understand what state lands are and what some of the limitations of their use might be. Then our fourth priority is the no compensation structure when the general public utilizes state trust land for recreational purposes. I'm not sure that we need legislation necessarily to address that issue. I think it's just us getting time to really look at how to perhaps monetize general public use of state trust lands for recreational opportunities. At this point, it hasn't been a huge priority. Our sort of back of the napkin look, we think it might be worth $1 million, maybe a little more or less, but we just haven't really had a chance to get in that. But that's more of a staffing issue and a priority issue than a bill issue. And then finally, the legislative grazing fee formula discounts from market rates. We do have a formula to calculate the grazing fee, and it takes into consideration parity ratio and average AUM rates, as well as provides a 20% discount for the contributions of the lessee. We realize that the headwinds are probably too great to address that issue, but currently I think our AUM rate is $5 and what, Jason, 30? Yeah, I think it's $5.49, whereas in some areas of the state, those AUM rates can be $20 to $30 or more. So you can see that that is a significant discount, but at this point, we have not made that a priority given the political headwinds associated with that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to turn it over to Deputy Director Crowder to kind of talk through some of the strike ad proposed legislative changes that might help, at least with the first priority.
Thank you. Please proceed, Deputy Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We provided the committee with several suggested amendments that could increase or remove the hurdles towards commercial and residential development. These are not new concepts. We've provided these to different committees in the legislature in the past, but we've synthesized them down to this document for you all, just for suggested changes that could relieve some of those hurdles and some of those impediments that we see. They do 5 things. One is to increase the total term of a commercial lease up to 99 years, and the committee's already looking at that. The second is to clarify building standards and local government involvement when buildings are being constructed on state lands. As we discussed before, there are great statutes for building private buildings on private land. There are great statutes for building state buildings on state land, but not good statutes for building private buildings on state land. And this would help to clarify some of that confusion as we move forward into more complicated use cases or development on state land. The third is to broaden the definition of recreational purposes. The statutes currently give a very finite definition of what constitutes a recreational purpose, but the board receives numerous requests to do things outside of that. So we just wanted to expand that ability and make sure that the board was conforming with statutory intent as it approves those types of leases. The fourth is to conform the improvement valuation process to the ag and grazing process, as you mentioned earlier, Mr. Chairman. And the fifth is to add an improvement compensation process, which the memo that you spoke about earlier addresses, to allow a market value for those improvements on a commercial or residential lease when the intent of that lease is to sell that land with the improvement. And the best example of that is the affordable housing example. So, Mr. Chairman, I can run through our suggested amendments in depth if you'd like. The first one is an amendment to 36.5.114 subsection A, and that's mimics what the committee's draft bill also does, which increases the total term of a commercial lease from 75 years to 99 years. It's important to note with this change that it just opens the door for that ability to go to 99 years if the situation warrants it. The Board of Land Commissioners have already passed rules that further define the total term of a commercial lease to be that of the economic life of the improvements that's placed on that property. So the impact of this change doesn't mean that every commercial lease goes to 99 years. What it means is if the situation warrants it, it goes to 99 years. If the situation warrants something less, 5 years, 10 years, 35 years, then we could do that as well.
So just for the members of the committee and the public, this is page 88 in the online e-notebook. Just, at least it is on mine. Go ahead, Ms. Sharp. Oh, the e-notebook, okay. So this is not an LSO form draft, is what I should say. There's one that's LSO based and this is not. This is some suggestions that came from their department. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The second is to address the building standards and local government involvement. We've had a lot of discussion about this as the use cases of state lands are advancing. The pressure to generate more revenue from different sources is heightened in our office to move these types of projects forward. And we're recognizing a deficiency in actually what is expected when we start building buildings on state land. What's the building standard that developers need to build to? And then where does the local governments actually come into the equation and where are they involved in the process? What we've done is looked at other states as well and found the state of Montana to have the most closely knitted statutes and constitutional directive to the state of Wyoming's as far as revenue generation. And so we actually stole in your packet subsection E there of how the local governments are going to or could be involved in that decision-making process by the board from their existing process. This is in their existing statute, but it essentially allows the local governments to inform the board through a process that the office would put forward on any adopted growth policy or neighborhood plan, any zoning regulation, subdivision review, annexation, and plans for extension of services, and then anything else that the local government might find important to add to that. But it would essentially provide the office and the board the ability to pick and choose which ones are important to include in a development proposal and which ones may not be, understanding that we feel the board and state lands are not subject to local planning and zoning laws. But this is a way to add that to the conversation, because there are a lot of good and important conversations that need to be had as we start developing more complex use cases, such as hotels or large building structures that could span much more than the typical small acreage type commercial development that we see here, and that the local governments are uniquely poised to let the board know what those concerns are and how they should be addressed. So this addition, we hope, clarifies that position to make sure that the local governments are involved in that conversation. And then I skipped it, but subsection B allows for the developers to understand what the minimum standards are. And since we don't believe state lands are subject to existing planning and zoning laws, we do want the buildings to be constructed in a responsible manner and in a safe manner. And the state of Wyoming currently does that through the Council on Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety. And so we want to make sure that developers understand that's the minimum standard. And that is the building codes that are accepted and used broadly across the United States. The next is in 36.5.115, to broaden that definition of recreational purpose. As I mentioned, we get a lot of requests to do more than what's addressed here. Some of those are adventure races, and we just would like the board to ensure that it's not running out of balance with the statute when it's approving these types of additional new recreational uses on state land. The next is a change to 36.9.103, and this is the valuation of improvements when the lands are to be sold. And Mr. Chairman, as you mentioned earlier, we talked a lot about when leases are lost and we go to a new lessee scenario in the grazing and agricultural world, and the legislature did great work with that last session. This conforms the commercial leasing component when we're selling the land, as well as an agriculture component when we're selling the land, to what the legislature did there. So it's simply a conforming amendment to what the legislature's already done by including the current market value of improvements. And the last, and this is probably the largest hurdle for commercial development on state land, is that, as the chairman has mentioned before, the existing statute and previously, before current market value was inserted in the statutes, we were talking about contributory value, and that is all that a developer could be compensated for if they were to build an improvement on state land and that land would later be sold. Now, if they have a lease and the land is not going to be sold, they can barter and trade this improvement all day long with private entities, and the office doesn't get involved in that. This is specifically for situations where a lease considers or contemplates the sale of that land with the improvement, like a house, or like the beginning stages of a development with curb and gutter and power and sewer and things like that. We're expecting this land to be sold. We need to give some light at the end of the tunnel that the developers are justly compensated for the amount of work and infrastructure that they put into there. So we add the definition of market value into this addition to the statute so that they can offer this asset up for bid, up for sale, up for auction, however it might happen, and they can get the appropriate value back. And And opening this door, Mr. Chairman, is the, like I said, the largest hurdle that we've recognized as far as getting development on state land and really being a partner in the affordable housing discussion to be able to hold those lands for development around municipalities. Mr. Chairman, those are all the suggested changes that we had for you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I think one, and you may have touched it, but is there, and I didn't go into the statute, David, there probably is not a definition of residential, because we're also expanding the purposes to include residential now. So I'm just curious, is industrial, commercial, and recreational otherwise defined either in statute or rule? Thus, how are we going to identify, or what is defined as residential in this proposal or potential proposal? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's a good question. I don't think we have a definition of residential, and the intent of that is to be as broad as we can to accept any proposal that might come in. Currently, we have grazing lease improvements that have farmsteads that are a part of a grazing lease. People live in those structures, and that's could be considered residential. We have recreational leases for cabin sites. Some people may live there full-time and we're not aware of that, or they may just use that on the weekends. That could be considered residential as well, all the way to the affordable housing discussions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions on this, these potential changes from the committee? Or Mr. Crowder?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew has his hand up.
Senator Grew, question? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Deputy Crowder, Director Scroggins. I have a couple of questions. Looking at your proposals, specifically on the, I don't know if it's on a page number here, but the one for statute 36-5-114, section E, says when leasing state lands for commercial residential purposes, the board shall promulgate rules, regulations necessary to develop criteria and consideration of the following local government provisions to the extent of provisions violate Article 18, Section 3. I guess I'm confused. It says all through the current regulations that we have to abide by current zoning regulations, yet you've stated here, and you've stated many times before, that none of these lands are applicable to local zoning laws. What are you getting at? I haven't seen it up to this point where we're recognizing a lot of local land use regulations in some of your actions, but where is this going to give me comfort with that? Not that that's a goal, but I'm just wondering.
Director or Deputy Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understand the question correctly, and I might not, through and we'll just call it out, but in Teton County, when we moved forward with the temporary use permit solicitation on a parcel on Highway 390, obviously that has gained a lot of public attention and a lot of public comments about the process and what they'd like to see, and even the question of how the county is involved. I believe where we got this was from those conversations to try to clarify where we can allow the county to, and need the local governments specifically to be a part of the conversation process as the board leases its property for these higher and more complex uses, and to ensure that we're doing so in a way that's market-driven as well as sustainable. We don't want to build something out in the middle of nowhere that has zero infrastructure, and we may not realize there's no infrastructure up there. But this is a way to have those conversations and develop a plan, hopefully collaboratively with the local governments, and provide that for the board, to the board for ultimate approval. But if I understand your question, Senator Grew, that's where it came from. And the language specifically can be adjusted to something that Wyoming feels is a little bit more appropriate for the state of Wyoming. It was, like I said, plagiarized from the state of Montana's existing statute.
Thank you. Senator Grew, please. Please.
But Deputy Crowder, don't you feel you already have that? I mean, I guess when I read the current statutes for it's, for special use permits or temporary use permits, you've got that power already, and we go back to what drove us here, since you brought up the 390 parcel in Teton County. Go back to the legislation in House Bill 162, where it says you shall consult with local government in specific. I've got a disconnect here. Why aren't we just doing this already with the power that you already have spelled out in your own rules? It's not anywhere in statute, but it's in rules already, I guess. So help me with that, will you, please?
Please proceed, Deputy Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And another great point. I don't think this is how it's happened across the whole state. This is not the only parcel we've ever done commercial development on, obviously, but we expect that our lessees, the developers of state land that are currently doing commercial ventures on that property, are working with the county to make sure that whatever permits that they feel they need, or whatever inspections or guidance that they need from the local government, are being sought. This is a specific and unique use case on Highway 390. We feel as though those entities were doing that level of communication, and obviously we expected them to, but it's obvious that in the community and the local government didn't feel the same way. And so this allows that clarity to make sure that everybody's on the same page, has a very clear rule book on what to do going forward, so that we don't have this bit of miscommunication going forward as far as what building codes are the minimums and how does the local government participate in that process. I think it's also important to know that House Bill 162 was a study bill. It was intended to solicit and garner commercial development opportunities on specific parcels in Teton County, and that in that process, we were to work with the county and any other local governments to make sure that they understood what those proposals were and have a voice in the seat at the table during that study. That study has been completed. It's been provided to all the entities that were required, including the Board of Land Commissioners, along with all of the comments received from those local governments. So I guess unless I'm wrong, we feel like 162 has served its purpose and it's gone, and we're on to the next step of actually developing those lands based on the expression of interest that we received during that study.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Questions from the committee? Senator Grew, did you have a follow-up?
Please, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. No problem. Okay, so let's go back. So you feel that, if I just heard you correctly, you feel that the House Bill 162 is finished and you fulfilled that objective, and now you're moving forward. And what this particular amendment that you're looking for here is going to provide more clarity with local government. Now, let's get away from Teton County for a minute and let's talk about, because I've been getting a lot of input from ranchers and folks around the rest of the state that really have some real concerns about how these same things are playing out in not just in Teton County. And so I guess I'm still having problems figuring out. I personally am questioning whether your department has, and we've talked about this before, that you all have the bandwidth to be able to do this work. There's a lot of complexities along with this, and I'm just, frankly, I don't think that the mission of House Bill 162 is fulfilled, but like minds can differ, but I just don't see that was a successful outcome, or an outcome that at least folks in my county feel good about, and folks around the rest of the state are having the same questions. Do you feel that with this amendment that you're going to be able to have the bandwidth to be able to do these complex land deals, that you're going to be able to work towards these goals?
Director or Deputy Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a great question. And bandwidth and statutory authority or guidance are two different things. Obviously, this office comes to the legislature often and says our bandwidth is limited. Staffing and budget and everything limits our abilities to move forward with these. Bandwidth also comes with the amount of opportunities that are coming in the door. And obviously, we get some requests for very complex development opportunities, and we get a lot of requests for not complex commercial development opportunities that are run-of-the-mill type situations. We are working through our budget process with the legislature at the moment, and we are looking to increase our capacity as far as commercial development goes and our ability to analyze these and be responsive to opportunities that arise. We're seeking a new position to be at the very junior level of that program and create a team type of atmosphere where one individual is not in charge of all commercial leasing on state land, but we have a team that's involved in commercial leasing on all state land to ensure that the leases and the applications and everything administrative wise is being handled appropriately, but also free up time for our program analysts to develop and to dig into these more new and emerging markets to ensure that the state is getting market rates and that it's participating in new revenue generating streams. So Senator Grew, I agree with you. Our bandwidth is limited and has been limited, and we're taking steps to address that at the same time as increasing these guidelines to allow more clarity in the process.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, Director.
If I might just add on. And Senator Guru, or Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, I think the reality is that we need to do this. We need to prioritize commercial development on state trust lands. The bulk of our revenue, if you've looked at our reporting for 2023, the bulk of our revenue comes from oil and gas and mineral opportunities. But during COVID and times like that, when oil and gas pretty much came to a standstill in Wyoming, revenue for the trust beneficiaries dropped significantly. So we have to find other opportunities to generate revenue for the trust beneficiaries. And I think one thing that the Teton County the highway parcel 390 has taught us is that, perhaps the statutes and our rules aren't as clear as they can and should be, so that everybody understands their role in development of state lands and they understand where their authority and jurisdiction begins and ends. And so what we're trying to do is minimize going forward the conflict and kind of trying to figure all that out. Hopefully we have enough clarity with these suggested improvements to the statute as well as our rulemaking. Hopefully we can further clarify so that we can work more in partnership with the local governments. They understand their role, we understand our role, and we can find some real significant opportunities for revenue generation on state trust lands.
Thank you. Anything further out of the bill draft or questions for the department on this particular suggestion?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to follow up. First of all, thank you very much, Director and Deputy Director. I couldn't agree more with the last couple of statements that you made. I really do think that we do all need some help in this matter, because I got to tell you, the feedback I've gotten has led me to that conclusion, and it's glad to hear that you all are reaching the same kind of general concept, although I think maybe we might have some differences on how to get there. I do want to go back once. Deputy Director, you just said the position that you're looking for is a junior level position in your department to handle these things. Is that what I heard you say?
Go ahead, Director. Or Deputy Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, that's correct. It would be somebody who would help in the administration and actually moving the paper across the desk of 400 some odd special use leases that need annual attention, over 1,000 temporary use permits that need annual attention, and over 9,000 easements that need some type of administrative work.
Please proceed, Senator Grew.
Okay, so just an administrative position. Okay, I guess my comment would be, when we're talking about whether especially talk about Teton County, since we brought it up again there, that, we're talking about land deals involving that really potentially could be worth and are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, vast sums of money. And as the director said, and this was the genesis of all this, since our oil revenues and oil lease money, coal lease bonuses and all that are declining, this has become the number one issue. And the light has been shined on lands in my county because of their relative value. So I still am failing to see, and I'm really having a hard time, and I want to help to get there, but I'm failing to see what the suggestions you're coming up with even scratch the surface of the concerns in my community about how to dispose of, lease, dispose of, or develop any of these parcels. It really is concerning to me that and when you say, well, we're just going to put in another staff person to shuffle paper, that's not kind of where I was thinking on this, and I'm going to come with a suggestion on it, but I just wanted to make sure I heard it right. So if there's any further comment, I'd like to hear, please.
Anything further, Director or Deputy Director, on that?
Mr. Chairman, if I might, Senator Guru, we would love to have more staff, believe me, and I think the LSO memo that was provided to the committee last time sort of illustrates how deficient we really are in staff necessary to really be able to proactively go out and generate revenue on state trust lands. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't want to. We have to start somewhere. We can't just have a big staff, pile on and sitting there with nothing to do. We got to figure this out. And so as Deputy Director Crowder said, we're trying to figure this out. And yeah, we're starting with one position, but that's a small step in the right direction so that we can figure out what we really do need. And that doesn't mean that Deputy Crowder and I aren't involved in rolling up our sleeves here too. In fact, we do. We know the need is there. We need to generate revenue. We've heard from the legislature loud and clear that that's a priority, and we need to get the staff in place to do it. Unfortunately, it's just going to take us some time, but we're working in that direction.
Thank you. So I guess my question is, we're talking about the budget process. You have 900 series funds where you could have higher end contract folks that may have some expertise in the private sector that could inform some of these decisions, or at least handle some of these things. Is that utilized ever, or can you make any comment to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a great comment, and we did utilize some of those funds during the House Bill 162 effort. We've also discussed next steps, and Highway 390 parcel, for example, is the perfect use case in that. The senator is exactly right. It's extremely complex, it's extremely unique, and it's extremely valuable. So going out and soliciting, gaining more knowledge from expert in the field is a good idea, and utilizing the 900 series has been something that we've talked about, of bringing in consultants for that specific area, or maybe Teton County as a whole, to guide the office in its processes, not to do the processes, just to guide us in the right process and to focus us in the areas that might return the greatest benefit to the beneficiaries.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on this draft? Anything further? I just want to clarify, I just need to know, I'm from the northeast part of the state, so there's an ongoing discussion about this applicability of land use planning and zoning, I think. Is there also litigation, Director or Deputy Director?
Mr. Chairman, there is ongoing litigation to answer that question with respect to do these apply. In the litigation that is filed here in Laramie County, it's a declaratory judgment, or no, excuse me, it's a declaratory judgment action where we have asked specifically related to temporary use permits whether or not planning and zoning laws apply to temporary use permit activities. And that is sitting in front of the district court here in Cheyenne, and we hope to hear something informative on that, which could also inform special use leasing as well.
Thank you. And also, just since you brought it up, to clarify, temporary use permits are a creature of board action, not the legislature. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
temporary use permits, you just referred to them. That is a creation of Board of Land Commissioners, not the Wyoming legislature. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. It's a function of our rules for various sundry more activities that are not of the duration for, 25, 75 years. They're shorter in nature. Yes.
Thank you. Anything further? Any questions on this, these potential suggestions? Senator Nethercott, Chairman of Appropriations. Senator Nethercott.
A very innocuous question. Who are the litigants in that deck action?
Thank you. Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, it's the Board of Land Commissioners and Teton County. There are some folks looking to intervene, a local group of residents that are looking to intervene, and so that's where it sits.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Just a quick follow-up. When was that case filed?
Director, if you don't know off the top of your head, maybe just provide that to LSO. Go ahead.
Earlier this year, right? Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, it was earlier this year. I want to say it was first of the year or early spring. I'd have to look at that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Guru.
Thank you. Director, you just talking about temporary use permits, and it would be helpful to me to you just stated that, temporary use permits are what they sound like. They're just for short duration and so forth. Would it be possible to generate a list of the temporary use permits that OSLI currently has in place, and how long each one has been in place, each one of those temporary use permits? And I don't know if that's how big of a lift that is. If you just gave it ones that have been in place for longer than, say, 10 years.
The Deputy Director talked about a lot of leases and a lot of documents, so let's try to understand what the scope of this is, if it's possible or not. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Deputy Crowder on that.
Deputy Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, we absolutely can provide that list. It's important to note that the board's rules do not allow the renewal of a temporary use permit. That's unique only to the leasing vehicle. So all of the temporary use permits are for 5 years or less. If they go for more than that, the board has to reapprove and reauthorize a brand new application for a temporary use permit. So we can provide very easily all of the temporary use permits currently on our ledger, and how long, 5 years and less.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything further, Senator Guru?
Well, and I guess I want to make sure you get, so, okay, I get it, that a temporary use permit is 1 5-year increment, and that if they come for a second 5-year increment, they have to provide a new application. So how many of those temporary use permits have been reapplied for, and for how many years? That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that should be, if we can do the first one, we can add that second part to it. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman,
Deputy?
we can do that. That will take a little bit more time to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further questions from the committee on these suggestions from state lands? And I guess I do have a question, and this goes to, I guess, hierarchy of authority, et cetera. Have these suggestions actually been before the Board of Land Commissioners as something that they ultimately oversee these programs and these leasings, et cetera? So have they actually seen these as well, so that if we get a question from one of these top 5 electeds about what we're doing, we can say, well, no, they brought us these suggestions, now we want to confer with you, or no, we understood they did confer with you. So just as a clarification, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, these have not specifically been before the Board of Land Commissioners. What we have done is talked with them in detail about our desire to generate additional revenue on state trust lands, and the ways to go about doing that, and the types of authorities that we think we might need for that. But with respect to specifically, I have not shown this to them. Have you, Jason? No.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Anything further on this particular document? Any suggestions? All right. Seeing none, there's the state lands has more things before us. This is the stranded land study. I think we just, if that's what your plan was, to keep going down the list, or did you want to go through some of your other priorities? Sorry, there was two different lists.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, it's your behest how you'd like to proceed, Director.
Okay. Let me get to my notes here. I think we have prioritized the revenue generation obstacles as you asked us to. With respect to the stranded state lands, or state trust lands study, I believe that there are 3.5 million surface acres, 2.5 million are accessible, which is approximately 70% of the lands. We do have some lands that are enrolled in game and fish walk-in areas, things like that, so there are some restrictions to that. Of the 30% that's inaccessible, it doesn't mean that they're not accessible for commercial development. And what I mean by that is they may be landlocked within a lessee's private lands, and let's say the private lessee wants to negotiate and get involved with a wind project or something by virtue of the location of the state parcel. It may be available for a wind lease through the Board of Land Commissioners. The 2017 study that we gave you, it focused on federal protected areas that have been designated. It's a little bit old, but in there are the areas of critical environmental concern, wilderness study areas, and roadless. But that study doesn't really address landlocked parcels and we do, as I mentioned, generate some revenue on some of those landlocked parcels. But I think the conclusion that we want the committee to reach is that every parcel is really unique and every proposal we receive is unique. And so we can't assume that the land asset isn't always available for development. It really depends. It depends upon the parcel, its unique attributes, and perhaps the proposed revenue generation activity. So Deputy, what did I leave out?
Deputy Crowder?
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't have anything to add to that, but can answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions from that 2000? I think the 2017 work was rather interesting, I guess if you're geeky like I am, about some of these issues. So any questions? So I have two questions. This is 2017. It seems like there's been a considerable uptick in interest in more ACECs and proposals from our federal executive branch. I don't know I've heard of anything about WSAs or wilderness increases or changes, but my question is when you look at these in these maps, and I went through every map and was fascinated by the structure and the parcels and all that, what it doesn't include is federal acreage. It just talks about the ACECs. So what my curiosity is in some of these where we're looking at some of these stranded parcels or parcels where we're not being able to realize value, the ACEC is driving that, but is it also a substantive amount of public land? I'll just take Adobe Town as an example. It's a WSA, but Adobe Town. Is that the majority of that public lands, or Department of Interior lands, I should say, with the inholdings being some state lands? Deputy?
Mr. Chairman, you've categorized that correctly. It's a significant amount of federal or public lands compared to the state lands involved or within the boundaries.
And would you say that is consistent throughout most of these potential areas? I obviously identified in 2017. I'm not suggesting they haven't changed now or they're bigger now or there aren't more of them. But is that a common theme throughout most of these ACECs that federal Department of Interior, primarily, I'm sure lands are the strongest or the biggest part of it? And can you give an estimate of what would be fee lands that may lie within some of these ACECs? Deputy?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question, and I don't know if I can give you an estimate on fee lands within there. We can work to find that out. The counties went through a great effort to try to understand what wilderness study area impacts were to their specific counties, and perhaps through that effort, we can try to bring some of those to light for you. But it's important to note that the ACEC specifically is a federal designation, and they obviously don't have authority on state or private land, and can only do it on the federal acreage that they have jurisdiction over. So it makes sense, and it stands to reason that they would be the larger owner within a block. And the way our ownership pattern is, it's the shotgun 16 and 36 largely, that we would be much smaller and not exactly coupled or pulled together within a specific area of that unique ACEC, and that we just be happenstance where we happen to sit within it. So that is, or not unique, it's uniform throughout all of the federal designations, that they are largely owned by the federal government because that's where their jurisdiction lies, and we just happen to own within it, and then are subject to the access to it and the other development impediments that would come with that federal designation.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Representative Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And boy, your wealth of knowledge. A lot of it, though, buzzed right by me, so maybe I'm asking the question that the chairman just asked. But Fremont County is where I am, and about almost 51,000 acres are under the ACEC. And so that designation is for critical environment concerns. That's a lot of land, and it's about 40% of all ACEC in the state. So how is?
So,
help me
Director,
understand that.
yeah, Director, obviously these are federal designations, so you're not justifying it, you're just explaining it. There's a map that has this South Pass historical landscape, Honeycomb Buttes, Beaver Rim, Red Canyon, they're all from your community or all from your county. So I think that's where you get your 55,000. But certainly, it may be you want to answer, or maybe you can provide some insight, but it's not your designations nor your work that designated these. So go ahead, Deputy Director or Director.
Mr. Chairman, you're exactly right. You've categorized that correctly. We happen to be stuck within them, and we can't do anything outside of what the federal designation protection aspects or attributes that the federal government has placed on the property that it manages within the ACEC. That designation and that restriction of development isn't directly placed on top of the blue square or on top of the state trust land, but it has an impact when developers are trying to do a project and put much more acreage together than what we can provide, the 640s per se, at a time. And so when they run into the federal restrictions, then the development on state land also gets diminished to a certain extent. Oil and gas is a great example of that, because it's very rarely economical to just have one well out in the middle of nowhere, and perhaps there's no resource there. But even if there was, one well on top of state land may not be economical enough for a developer to go out there and put the upfront cost of drilling that well. Also, he may not be able to get to our parcel to drill that well because he has to cross the federal land that has the federal restrictions on it, the protective restrictions on it. And that's how we get isolated and trapped within these federal designations. And that's why it's a hurdle towards commercial development, is because getting there, and then if the federal government doesn't participate in larger project scale type developments, then it's just not economical for developers to show up.
Thank you. Economics of scale. Go ahead, Representative Ottman, follow up.
Follow-up, yes, Mr. Chairman. Is there, this goes into federal designation, can it come out of federal designation? Can you help me with any of that?
Go ahead, Deputy Director Crowder. Again, somebody else's role. You're just giving us inference. You're just the messenger. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, you are exactly correct. I'm sure there is a process to pull it out. I don't know what exactly that is. And I know it's different from an ACEC to a wilderness area to a wilderness study area, and the level of federal government you need to approach to pull one of those out, if it's the field office or if it needs to go through a congressional action. But I wouldn't know the exact details of that.
So our County Commissioners Association is here, whether they want to speak to that, but our county commissioners as cooperating agents have a lot of interaction with the federal government on these type of designations. And so there may be more information to come on that from the County Commissioners Association. All right, please proceed, Director. Or Deputy Director, whoever's got the short stick.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's all we had on the isolated lands package that we gave you.
Thank you.
The federal areas. And then finally, I think we did provide you, it's an older slide deck from 2019, and it just talks about restrictions on state lands. I think it's important to remember that by statute and then also pursuant to our Chapter 13 rules, the public's extended the privilege of hunting and fishing on state lands. Casual day uses are allowed. Motor vehicle use must be confined to established roads. The board can close roads if they think that people are mud bogging or doing things that are going to damage the lands. No third party can charge for recreational use of state trust lands. There are no open fires allowed unless they are in designated areas by the board. There's no overnight camping allowed. There are other restrictions on state lands. As I mentioned, some are enrolled in game and fish walk-in areas or hunter management areas. Again, the board can close roads. They can also close parcels for shooting and firearm discharge restrictions if people are going out there and damaging the lands. And although the board's position has historically been that they will try to do everything to not close state lands, accessible state lands to the public. So with that, and there is a process which involves posting on the site as well as sort of a web page to help notify the public of areas where we've received complaints, where we're having our folks go out and investigate. And then a board matter will be prepared if staff believes that it's important to close a parcel or a portion of a parcel for public health and safety or to protect the resource. But there is a public process for that where the board would hear it in their regular meeting and decide whether or not to close it. And so I think that's kind of the gist of that blue 2019 slide deck on state lands.
Perfect, thank you. Any questions for state lands? They've given us a lot of material. A lot of it is dated, not old. How's that? Dated, not old. Wasn't, but it helps give us a picture of where we are, or some of the challenges that they're facing. Any questions for state lands? All right, I think I'm looking at this right. So I think, did you want to make any, we have two bill drafts before us, just before you left. I think they're kind of inclusive of some of the things you had in your bills as far as recreation use. You mentioned that earlier, and then the 99-year lease, you obviously had other suggestions as well. So any comments on those two bill drafts just before you depart for the moment?
Mr. Chairman, I think on the bill draft that deals with the 99 years, we would also ask that residential be added to the list of allowable activities.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
Thank you.
Jason? Yeah.
And on the former House Bill 54, anything new or different? You mentioned in your opening remarks, or earlier remarks, I should say. Anything there?
Mr. Chairman, I think we're happy with House Bill 54 from 2022. We've also reached out to state parks to see if they're still interested in that, and they are also still supportive of that as well.
So just for the committee and for the public's knowledge, this bill passed the House of Representatives and then failed on third reading in the Senate. And so this is actually not the engrossed copy. There was no enrolled copy because it didn't pass. So we're going to take this one up. We probably want to go back and look at the record to see what alterations were made in the process that may get it closer to at least what one body was willing to accept, and the second one subsequently did not. But and there was a good record if you want to look under the bill tab as far as the details of the bill and the record there. So thank you very much, Director and Deputy Director. We appreciate you being here.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Before you depart, Senator Nethercott.
No, I'm sorry, we don't.
Oh, no, you can depart.
No.
You're excused. Thank you, Senator Nethercott. What you got, Senator Nethercott?
It doesn't appear there were any amendments to House Bill 54. There were?
Well, we can do, anyway, we can, maybe I was looking at the incorrect bill.
There
2022? Senator Groot, I heard you interject something. You have anything before we go on to next presenters?
I do, actually, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have a motion that's kind of conceptual, and it kind of goes along with what OSLI prepared in its suggestions to help clarify and move. And so I don't know if it would go there. I don't think it goes in these bill drafts, but I want to just kind of throw it out here, and maybe I can get some help from some of my learned colleagues on the committee about how to place it. Can I kind of throw it out here at this time?
You can go ahead. We're just gonna chew on it as we continue with other public testimony, et cetera, and review the bill drafts. But go ahead and throw out your ideas so we kind of have conceptually what you're trying to get to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would move to request Management Council to allow the Management Audit Committee to have prepared an RFP to engage professional help in structuring lease agreements or disposal of high-value state land parcels. Proposers having particular expertise in land swaps on public and private lands, working with local entities and interested parties with understanding of local values and conditions.
All right, so I know you said that as a motion. I'm going to take it just as a suggestion. And what I'd like you to do is, since you're reading something, you can email it to the committee so that we are actually looking at the language you want us to take up. Would that be acceptable, Senator Grew?
I can do that, yes.
Thank you.
It will take me some time, but I will do it.
No worries. Thank you. So let's take some further comment on just kind of where we are with this. And then we have two bill drafts. I think we've actually understand what those bill drafts do just based on the conversation we had with state lands and their suggestions. So is there any public comment on any of what we've heard today so far on this topic, or not? We haven't heard yet on this topic. Mr. Riemann, County Commission Association, please proceed.
Good to see you again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Thought I might start off with a response to Representative Ottman. The chairman is correct. Counties have the ability to serve as cooperating agencies with the federal government, the BLM in particular, Forest Service, as they're preparing amendments to their resource management plans. Counties across the state are doing that in a variety of different planning efforts right now, including related to the Greater Sage Grouse, the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan Amendment. We have plans that are planned for the Black Hills, for the Bridger Teton. So counties are sitting there offering their expertise, the socioeconomic expertise, the local expertise of the landscape, the custom and culture of the community as it relates to things. ACECs occasionally are proposed by the BLM in particular for their lands. I think what we've seen in the case of the Rock Springs RMP is a vast expansion beyond what we have seen in many other areas, perhaps as a reaction to the fact that they can't designate additional monuments in the state of Wyoming. And this is a mechanism by which they can assert some control. Your question more specifically was, have we ever, or is there a process to undo those? I don't know specifically that there is, but I think functionally we've never seen that happen. What we see is these designations take place, and then over time, perhaps they expand, whether that's the restrictions on the particular parcel that was put under that designation, or an expansion of the actual acreage that would be covered by that. So at least in my experience of working around these issues over the last couple of decades, I've not seen any contraction of those sorts of protections that are put in place.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly to the proposals that have been brought to you by the department. First off, I want to say there are parts of it that we're incredibly supportive of. The notion of expanding for commercial and residential uses is important, in particular as we're dealing with an affordable workforce crisis, workforce housing crisis across our state. That is, from our perspective, a suitable use that these state lands should be available for. So we are supportive of that if that takes expanding the lease timeframe that could come along with that. We're certainly standing in support of that. What I can't do is stand in support of the notion that we're going to strike language that requires compliance with local land use and land use planning and zoning laws. The reality is, and you heard the words, we're looking to be able to pick and choose what we want to out of those local regulations. That's just not acceptable from our perspective. And I'll just be honest, it's a bit like whack-a-mole here today, because this proposal came up before the House on multiple occasions last year, and you defeated it each time, and here I am again. But nonetheless, the department's doing their job. They're bringing forward proposals that they think can help move some things forward. If I can just talk to that provision a little bit, all of your counties have some form of planning or zoning laws, and you have dictated a responsibility to county commissioners to look after the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the county. And there is so much more that counties are responsible for when it comes to that sort of thing. The department is proposing adherence to certain building standards, but that doesn't consider all the other considerable uses that commissioners might be interested in, including fire protection, emergency medical services, water and sewer services, public roads. I could go on for a couple of minutes here of the things that exist in some of those land use planning. I'm not going to, but what I think we need to avoid is the notion that we're just going to pick and choose what's best at a board that is not sitting locally trying to work through those issues and devise what's best for the community. You could use examples across this state. Let's just take the Veterans Hospital in Johnson County, which sits next to state parcels. I think that the county commissioners might have something to say through their land use planning and zoning on what should or shouldn't occur there in relationship to those residents. So again, I could go on a lot of different trajectories here and reasons that this is a bad idea. And so I would just encourage you to reject it moving forward, and just know that we're not alone in this. In the past, we've had others. The municipalities have voiced their concerns, as have the stock growers, and the belief that working locally is the best place for us to be with these long-term leases. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions, but just wanted to note our opposition to that.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Riemann? Questions for Mr. Riemann? So I'm trying to get back to the bill. So to be clear, 99 years, residential, and sorry, I'm not getting to the last one. Market value for improvements. All the other components you're not speaking in opposition to. It is the standards, all applicable land use, planning, and zoning strike, and the language that was proposed to replace that. Is that accurate, Mr. Riemann?
Mr. Chairman, the bills that are publicly available, we have no issue with. It is that proposed language relative to local land use planning and zoning.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Riemann? Questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to testify to any of this broad topic of maximization of revenues on valuable parcels? And please, Mr. DeCaria, former Representative DeCaria. Great to see you today. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Ken DeCaria, Wyoming School Boards Association. And I want to just back up a little bit, because when we talk about these lands, and I'm going to be a little more specific, because often you hear they're referred to as state lands. Well, I'm only talking about school trust lands. And those school trust lands were given to the state of Wyoming under the Act of Admission with one purpose and one purpose only, and that was to fund K-12 education. There was no second priority for those lands. There was one priority and one priority only, and that is to fund K-12 education. And as you can see with the testimony, this has really gotten confused, and people, I've sat in lots of meetings, and in fact, even the Board of Land Commissioners, and I've heard people say, you can't do this with these lands because we've grown used to using these lands. But you don't often hear people say, I want to use the lands and I'm willing to pay for them. They just say, I want to use the land, I don't want to pay for it. And that's the problem. If you had a private trust, and this is a trust obligation, if you had a private trust and you're trying to fund your children or your grandchildren, I would submit to you that you would be offended if somebody said, well, I'm sorry, but you can't generate revenue this way for your trust because I have some objection to what you're going to do on your property with trust. It's kind of a private property. And again, I know that this is a little more, I don't want to make this so simple, and I don't take it that way. I get that people are invested in these pieces of property and these parcels, but I think you need to come back a little bit and focus on that this would be one way to generate revenue for K-12. And I know that that's been a big discussion in the last several years. Where do we get the money for K-12? Well, when this land was given to the state of Wyoming, that was one of the reasons for that. And the same thing goes with a lot of this revenue that is generated is subsurface. And one thing, Mr. Chairman, I would be totally remiss if I didn't, is the Office of State Lands takes this obligation very seriously, that this is their charge in order to fund K-12 education for the trustees. And again, Mr. Chairman, I know there are other ones. You know, when I was in Uinta County, the state hospital had trust lands. Department of Correction has trust lands. I mean, there are other ones, but by and large, they're mostly school trust lands. And I think that's why I try to use that term, is because when you say state lands, everybody says, well, they're my lands and I get to have a voice in what goes on. And to some extent, I don't disagree with that. But, you know, as long as you go back to the charge that what we need to do is generate revenue off these for K-12 education. A lot of states do great jobs with that. You know, Utah has a really good Office of State Lands, and they generate it, and they actually go about it in a way that I think was a little bit creative in the fact that they set up what they call school community councils. And the reason I think it's kind of creative is because it's very clear to people in areas of the state of Utah where that money comes from. It comes from state lands, but they give the money on a per pupil basis. They don't put it in a block formula, and I'm not arguing whether we should do that or not. They don't put it in the block formula. They put it into a pool. They divide it out on a per pupil basis. They have committees that have to be set up in school districts with parents, teachers, you know, all the interested parties, and they get to decide what they use it for. You want to buy new band uniforms? Great. You want to do something in the science lab? Terrific. It's your decision. But they are tied to knowing that's where the money comes from. The money comes from school trust lands, and the better job the Office of State Lands does at generating that revenue, the more money gets to go into their school districts that get to be used for things they think are important. So, Mr. Chairman, I just don't want this to get lost. And when I saw the topic on here, how to sort of maximize its revenue, that's sort of why I wanted to come in and talk about, you know, to focus it back on what the purpose of these lands were for, to generate this revenue for K-12 education. This is a simple proposal. I mean, the ones that are here that have been proposed, I get it's a complicated issue, but I think at the end of the day, hopefully keep in the back of your mind that these lands were provided to generate money for K-12 education. And no one should lose sight of the fact that there is a trust obligation that we generate that revenue for K-12 education. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeCaria. Questions from Mr. DeCaria? Questions? I have a question, and if Mr. Wilmarth or Don Richards were here, I'd be asking them, not you, but what percentage of our K-12 education comes from revenue generated on an annual basis, percentage-wise, comes from annual revenues generated on state lands as opposed to ad valorem tax, which is also a big funder of K-12 education? Do you have any idea, or we'll ask our staff to? Matt Wilmarth may be listening right now, and he will holler at me, but anyway.
Mr. Chairman, that would be a much better. I
Okay.
can tell you it's not the majority by any means, but it is a sizable amount. But I would just be guessing with figures that, in my old mind, kind of work their way through the cobwebs a little bit. So
Okay.
you might want to get that from
Thank you.
Mr. Wilmarth.
The way you brought up the Utah example just intrigued me. That let's find what are we getting from there. I know that at one time when I looked at it, fines was less than 1%, because fines also go to schools. Right, less than 1%. What's that? 1%. 1%. That's right.
And
Anyway,
Mr. Chairman,
go
I
ahead.
wasn't suggesting that was the optimum way to go. What I was suggesting is people of the state of Utah at least know what these lands are, and they have more of a connection that that's what the purpose of those lands is for, in order to do that.
No, I think it was a point well made. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anything from Mr. DeCaria? No, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Have a good
Chairman,
day.
members.
Anyone else? Mr. Garrett, come on up. On this side, Ms. Herman, step. Come on, don't be shy, both of you. 2 of you, 3 of you. Some of these folks are going to start growling, or their stomachs are going to start growling. All right, let's go with Ms. Herman first. I think this is Trustee Herman. And I don't know if you're speaking as a trustee or not, but go ahead.
No longer a trustee, but
Oh, okay.
Marguerite Herman, I'm here representing the viewpoints of the Advocates for School Trust Lands, which is sort of a regional organization representing the advocates, state-level advocates for school trust lands in the various western states, which vary, as we know, differently. Nevada sold off almost all their land, so all they have is a little pot of money and a couple of 100 acres, all the way to New Mexico, which has a permanent fund of 7 or 8 billion. Oh, it's huge. And anyway, so there's a lot of different state-level issues. But just to comment, sort of responding to the question you just asked, Mr. Chairman, about the contribution, because the non-renewable income, at least 2/3 of it, goes straight into the corpus of the common permanent fund, and the interest off that, I don't know, I guess you could sort of say, well, how much interest did we earn off? That might be a complicated issue to decide how much. And then, of course, I think the 20 million or whatever we sold the Teton National Park parcel for, that went into the permanent fund. So, but there is the income that is renewable, that from timber and grazing, is not a huge amount of money, but that I think goes straight into the foundation account. So that would be a lot easier to track. But anyway, I guess just sort of a different viewpoint than Ken DeCaria, though I appreciate his laying it out in kind of stark terms. But I think what I understand our OSLI is trying to do in somehow trying to find a common ground with local land managers is to respect the work that they do, and the fact that this experiment started in Teton County, which is the extremes of everything, as you've already commented. So the potential for income for commercial residential is large, but also the proprietary aspect of local land managers is probably the highest in the state, I can pretty much guarantee. So the conflict was predictable, I think, from the get-go. And so what a good way to sort of find where the edges of our universe is there. And when the court decides, just on the basis of legal issues, whose jurisdiction trumps whose, that'll be something. But I think even if it decides that the state land, we do not have to, well, we have to we are not fall under the jurisdiction of local planning. I think the idea is that we want to. I mean, there's accommodations, there's concerns that they have that are legitimate and represent the community exigencies that exist there more so than anywhere else. And like maybe in Carbon County, they wouldn't have the same issues. But again, in the land of extremes in Teton County, beauty and cost and other things, that a kind of stark outline of what our trust duty, like Mr. DeCaria said, versus wanting to work with the community. I think it's a good one for this committee to tackle. Where are the boundaries, where are the sideboards, to what extent? And you know, I think it is to good put it into statutes and rules, as Director Scoggin said, to what extent, and there is some jockeying, and this is not just hardball. We own the universe and we get to tell you what to do. I think there's accommodation that can be made, and there's some picking and choosing based on priorities or whatever. But I think it's good to work on that. And I'll tell you, we talk about how it'll help OSLI, it'll help the local land use planners, but I think it'll be a big help to the developers and the lessees. What can I expect if I want to put something into this community and build a residential affordable housing? What kind of things am I going to have to accommodate to the local land use people and that sort of thing? And so I think it helps everyone all the way around. It does achieve the idea of letting people know, again, where the sideboards are, so they know what kind of developments they want to take on in a community. And then the restrictions are going to be a lot more in some communities than others, as we all know. And I think it'll help all the way around. So instead of saying the purist, we're in charge, no, we're in charge, I think the court will make that decision. But even so, I think it's worth this body's work to sit down and say, and in OSLI, what kind of, what can we do in the real universe of politics and all those other things. So I think it's a good thing. And as for House Bill 54, I really do encourage you, I'm glad you mentioned picking up the amendments, not necessarily using them, but just saying, what did they do to the original bill? Because they're the ones who kind of pushed ahead on the residential thing. I don't know, what was the eventual, I forget why in the Senate it didn't pass, but anyway, I think that's all my points, I guess. So there will be some picking and choosing. I think it's a good thing to look at and to decide, but to put into guidelines. I use the word guidelines. I think that's going to help everybody without using a hammer. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Herman, and thank you for your past service as a trustee, school board trustee. Any questions for Ms. Herman? Questions? All right, Mr. Garrett, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Richard Garrett, I'm a resident of Cheyenne, born and raised in Wyoming. I'm here as a citizen today, and I apologize for my casual appearance. I do not take this conversation casually, and I know you don't either. I had intended only to observe, but I do feel compelled to remind the committee and all of those here that prior to being granted these lands as an act of admission, the lands were being used by migratory and resident herds of animals, elk, pronghorn antelope, mule deer, moose. All of these animals lived on this land long before we were here, and they will continue to live and thrive if we give them that opportunity. So I think it's important that within the context of this conversation that we remember that historical significance, that historical use that continues to this day and will continue for generations, and that we ask the OSLI, if not ask, require that they specifically and explicitly consult with our game managers and other department agencies on how these lands are being used by the animals that we all cherish and value in the state of Wyoming. They're big contributors to our economy. Our hunting culture, our outdoor recreation culture, all depend on the success of our wild game herds. So that's all I'd ask this committee to take into consideration. I don't have that language in front of me, but I think consultation with other state agencies is something that should be specifically required within the context of this proposed legislation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. Any questions for Mr. Garrett? Questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Yes, sir, please proceed. And I apologize that we've spoken many times and I cannot recall your name. So please introduce yourself to remind me and introduce yourself to the
Quite all
public.
right, Mr. Chairman. My name's Sean Murphy. I'm here representing Bison Blockchain, and we were the largest Bitcoin miners in the state until we weren't. This is a very large and complicated topic, but I'm going to narrow it down to generating revenue on state lands. Specifically, a use case, a state land lease that Bison Blockchain worked with the board to develop its lease 1084. And this lease was done on state lands next to a very large Black Hills substation. Lots of power, right? Power is the valuable asset in Bitcoin mining and data centers. Without power, you can't do it. So we did this lease on this state land in a very unique model to generate revenue for the state on a per ASIC miner. That's a Bitcoin miner, that's a computer. So the more miners we put on this state land, the more Bitcoin we mine, the more money that the state made. It was a great win-win-win. Well, then the Chinese came. Okay, there's been a Chinese takeover in Wyoming, and it's something that we don't all like to talk about, and it's something I can share a lot more about in other conversations, but they've taken over the situation. They have acquired land right next to the substation. They've taken over the contract, the BCIS agreement we had negotiated with Black Hills, and they've taken control.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Nethercott.
Thank you. I think this conversation is very important. So when you say the Chinese, are you referring to people of Chinese ethnicity? Are you referring to the country of China? Are you referring to a Chinese-owned corporation? Are you referring to a Wyoming LLC?
Go ahead.
Please define China.
That's a very good question.
Thank you. Please proceed. Be specific, or as you can, be specific. As you understand it, be specific.
I understand the question. It's a robust one that would take a report to give you all the information that you're asking for I think as an attorney that understands all these entities. We're talking about a very complicated network of probably 8 corporate entities that are controlled and operated by Chinese nationals. And then they have varying levels of connections to companies in China, including Bitmain, the largest manufacturer of Bitcoin miners in the world, that buys all of their chips from Taiwan. So it's a diverse, complicated flow from Chinese nationals operating companies, 7 or 8 here in Wyoming. Some of them are BVI companies, British Virgin Islands, some are Cayman Islands, some are Wyoming companies. And this all goes back to mainland China, and then that connects to Taiwan and the companies that they buy the chips from. So does that help answer that?
A follow-up?
It does, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Thank you. And what is the ask here today?
There's no ask. There's just an update that this is going to come more and more on the radar, I think, during the upcoming legislative session, what has happened. And the sad thing about this land lease is we had a great model that was going to win for the state. And it could have even developed more to other state lands where there was available power, where we could have been mining Bitcoin, and then potentially some of that Bitcoin could have even gone to the state. That is an asset that I believe the state should be looking at acquiring. The US government is doing it, but it does it by seizure. This was a great model where we thought We could be mining Bitcoin, we could be consuming power, that's a win for Black Hills, and some, more or less a tax, in this case, was going to go to the state. But that is not the case now. Now, these Chinese entities are going to be using the Black Hills power, they're going to be mining Bitcoin, and all of that Bitcoin will be going to China. And that's the update I wanted to share. This is going to need to be addressed because it's not good. It's not good, and I can provide more information about the larger picture, but this is a microcosm, this one state land lease. It's in the Camp Stool Business Park. It's next to a power substation there, 30 to 45 megawatts of power. That's a lot, right? All of Cheyenne operates on about 110, 120 megawatts. So just for some perspective, right? But that's what we were trying to do, was generate revenue for the state on this state land, but that's been wiped out. So hopefully we can look at more opportunities to do this and understand this is a situation where it's been done wrong.
So I just want to clarify. So the proposal that the company you represent was to take place on state lands. The current operations are not taking place on state lands. Is that accurate?
The adjoining property is right next to the state lands, private land that these Chinese entities purchased.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just have a couple questions. First off, how long was your lease for? And if you wouldn't mind divulging, how much was it? And are you able to continue to pay that or keep it? Thank you.
Go ahead, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Ottman, the lease was a 10-year lease. It's $5,000 a year. And the terms of the lease was that $1 would be paid per the state per month per Bitcoin miner. And a large mine like this can have 10, 15,000 Bitcoin miners. So the term of the lease represented north of $1 to $2 million for the state.
So I think the final question is, you're not proceeding with the plan because of the competition and the loss of the power access? Is that part of it?
Mr. Chairman, we are going to continue to pay the $5,000 for the lease, and we're going to compete with the Chinese. We're not going to roll over, and I'm calling on the legislature to help us and to help the state.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Please proceed, Chairman Nethercott.
and it's your representation here today that you will never sell your company to the highest bidder?
Please proceed.
And Senator Nethercott, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, I'm just saying your company could be sold to anyone, including another company owned by the Chinese, of which you may never know.
Which
Are you ever going to sell your company? Do you hope to build it up and sell it?
Our company, Bison Blockchain?
Sure.
We are in business to generate income, revenue, and sell it. And if the company got big enough and there was a good buyer, yes, but we've learned our lesson working with the Chinese, so we would not sell it to a Chinese company.
In the event you knew they were Chinese, correct?
In the event, excuse me, what?
You knew they were Chinese?
All right.
I'd be happy to share with you more about that, but I don't think the context of that is best explained here. We came to learn that they were Chinese.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? All right, thank you very much, all of you. Appreciate it. Any other further public testimony on the totality of state lands under this topic? I see other interested parties, but none coming to the front. I know they're interested or they wouldn't be here, so. All right, see no further discussion. All right, committee, before you, you have 2 bill drafts, which, like I said, I think one is very straightforward, 75 to 99. That was a request by Representative Sherwood. The second bill draft is the maximum term, which was amended, but it was on the Senate side, and then it subsequently did not pass. So I should have been more clear about where it was amended, where it passed. It's close. So I don't know if you want to take up any of that. And then the third thing we have is I have forwarded you an email from Senator Garou. That was his proposal. And also Representative Brown has forwarded you some education, finance data book stuff. It helps you with that, helps with my question about the proportion that potentially comes from state lands. So members of the committee, you've got at least 2 bill drafts before you and several other suggestions. Any pleasure with those bills? Representative Sherwood.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to consider the bill draft 197 that talks about state land leases maximum term and suggest that we add the word residential on page 2, line 3 after the word commercial.
Okay, so there's a motion, and the motion includes an amendment to a bill draft. That's getting efficient now. Is that a second from Senator Netticott? No. Second, Representative Brown. All right. Representative Sherwood, if you'd like to walk through the bill you moved and then the amendment you'd like to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my understanding is that currently this lease of max of 75 years is a hurdle to future potential commercial and residential purposes, that banks are more likely to consider financing a project that has a longer lease term. And so I think this is just a nice cleanup. It's not to say that it's more than, so you can still have a lease less than 99 years. I think this gives OSLI some flexibility in use. And then just based on testimony that we heard today from OSLI, adding the word residential after commercial into this list provides clarification on what kind of uses we're considering.
Okay, discussion on, further discussion? Thank you. Further discussion? Senator Beitman, discussion. How was the presentation about your school district?
I'm
Did we get
proud
an
to
update?
report that Sheridan County School District 1 was recognized by Superintendent Dagenfelder for their outstanding Y-top scores for the 3rd year in a row, and they're just having a press conference down there, so kudos to School District 1 in Sheridan County, and keep up the good work. And for the Department of Education for helping all the school districts across the state.
Well, good. We're up here trying to raise money for them. So.
That's right. And speaking of that, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
On this amendment proposal, I would be on and against. I think if there's ever a case where you're going to need a 99-year lease, and we're bumping up against perpetuities here, I think it would be appropriate to sell that land, because it's obviously not a multiple use situation anymore, where it's going to generate more revenue to sell that land, collect the property taxes, because obviously the property value is going to be pretty high, so the assessed valuation would be high, sales tax collections would be there, so the state's still going to collect money off of that land. But I have a hard time with a 99-year lease. It's just, I think it goes against the whole purpose of what the common schools land funds were talked about earlier with former legislator DeCaria, and I would push back on that, so.
Did you want to speak to you spoke to the 99 years, did you want to speak to the residential at all, or?
Yeah, I think the same thought process applies. I mean, we're getting into areas that I don't think the state government needs to be involved in housing and residential housing and things like that. So I just think if that's the way they want to go, then sell the land and let the private sector handle it, because the private sector will do it way better than the public sector will ever do it.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the bill and amended bill. Further discussion. Please,
Chairman Barlow,
Representative.
Senator Grew has his hand up.
Oh, Senator Grew, sorry. The glare is just wrong on that screen when I look up at it. I'll have to look at the other way. Go ahead, Senator Grew. My apologies.
Well, it's a face only a mother could love, so what can I say? I guess on and for the amendment, let me give you an example of where this could work. If you took a 99-year ground lease where the state could renegotiate terms every 20 years, the state could continue to own the land as the property appreciates in value, and then still get more money and get 5 bites at the apple, if you will, as that property value increases, thereby helping state lands or helping the schools and not necessarily sell something at one price and then all of a sudden look as the property raises in value and say, gosh, we should have held on to that. So this way you can kind of have literally the best of both worlds. And then at the end of the 99-year lease, the state still owns the parcel and then could dispose of it and then cash in one more time. So actually it's a way that could help, and it kind of gives another tool in the toolbox. You could always dispose of the land if they didn't decide to take that. But I think it's a good idea to have that tool in the toolbox. So on and for.
Thank you, Senator Greer. Would you like to speak to the residential component, since I think it's probably your community that has this interest in some way?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's in the same vein that once again, if it turned it over to a developer to do, whether affordable housing in our community is deed restricted housing, just to take that speculative value out of the land. Once again, the state could, at the end of that period, dispose of it, sell it to a private developer or not. This way a developer could do it and have more tools in their toolbox to do it. So that's on and for that amendment as well.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill draft and this suggested amendment? Further discussion? So first we're going to I'm just going to do the amendment, which would be the residential component. So where people want to vote differently on different ones. So first we're going to vote on the amendment to the bill draft, which would be adding residential to it. Further discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, so residential is not in the bill draft. Back on the original bill to extend from 75 years to 99 years. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Representative Brown.
I mainly just wanted to have the discussion and gave the second on the formation of the discussion, and just based off of kind of the feeling from the committee at this point, I'm going to withdraw my second. And I'm not sure that the committee's prepared to move this bill forward, so I'm going to withdraw my second.
Actually, I think it's out of order to withdraw a second after you already made a motion on an amendment. So we're just going to vote on it. We'll just vote on it. It'll go up or go down. That's fine. We don't need it. Chairman Nethercott, we'll just vote on it.
Mr. Chairman, I would say it's pretty standard and customary to have 99 years in a lease. It's something I see often. 75 years is bizarre and not a common term. So it is nothing unique to have a 99-year provision, and is more common than not. So I don't have any heartburn with that, and recognizing the need to modernize our language so there's not this kind of bizarre exception to how long-term leases are conducted.
Further discussion, further discussion. So I guess I'll just weigh in. I don't know what the difference between 3 generations and 4 generations is, because my generation won't be participating in either one of those discussions, no matter how far you are out there. But I appreciate, and actually in my family, we do have 99-year leases, and that keeps you away from the perpetuity issue that the good senator spoke about. So further discussion on the 75 versus 95.
Mr. Chairman, I just am intrigued by this effort to discuss the rule against perpetuities by the committee, and wondering if anybody wants to have that before lunch. Anyone can describe the rule against perpetuities?
Well, this meeting may all go on for perpetuity if we keep to the space. And we are in the lunch hour, so. Further discussion. Anyone, all those in favor of the bill draft to changing the 99 years, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The bill does not pass. It is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, are we motioning to sponsor this as a committee? Because if so, I believe that's a roll call vote.
I don't know if we need a roll call if it fails, but we can do a roll call.
Correct.
Was your intention to sponsor?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll do a roll call. I think it's 3 to the rest.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote on LSO Bill Draft 24, LSO 197. Senator Beitman. Senator Furphy. Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Nethercott. Representative Conrad.
No.
Representative Knapp.
No.
Representative Nyman. Representative Ottman. Representative Sherwood.
Aye.
Chairman Barlow.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown.
No.
4.
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 aye, 7 no.
Thank you. We now have a roll call that confirms that we are not sponsoring this bill in the 2024 budget session. So you have another bill draft before you. This is the, potentially, or not, this is 54, House Bill 54. Or is any other action you want to take on any other proposals before you? And then we'll get to Senator Guru's proposal. Any other bills this committee wants to take action on or have drafted up in a final form for our next meeting if they're not already in a final form? Further, Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, will House Bill 54 be on our agenda next time? Is that the 2022 state parks bill? Will that be on our agenda next time or no?
It certainly can be if you'd like to advance it forward. I will not, the 75 and 99 will not be on the next agenda. This one, if there's a consensus that we want to at least continue to think about it, it will be on the agenda.
I would ask that it be on the agenda.
Okay. Absent any significant discussion and a motion to say the contrary, will be on the next agenda.
Mr. Chairman?
Please, Vice Chairman Brown.
Just a question on that. Do we want to include the amendments that were made on the Senate side as is it failed, or do we want to have the clean version that came out? Which version are we going to be seeing as we move forward?
Well, Senator Nethercott is asked to be put forward. So Senator Nethercott, would you like to weigh in?
I would suggest the clean version. So it passed beautifully in the House with, I think, 50-some votes and no amendments. The Senate
In their wisdom.
heard black helicopters, obviously, did 20 amendments, and it failed by 1 vote. So I think that, I think what we just do the original bill draft as voted on and approved by the House, and we can evaluate some of those amendments in our next meeting and recognize some of those concerns that are found in those amendments.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? So I think staff can certainly provide us in our meeting materials those amendments or that digest so that it's easily accessible. You don't have to go to the website if there are folks that want to at least see what the discussion, or not see, but see the results of some of the discussions and concerns in the Senate. So, all right. So Senator Guru, did you, I think we're done with our at least bill drafts. Is there anything else out of the suggestions from the state lands that anyone wants to take up? I think we've disposed of 2 of them. Advanced the 3rd one. There's 2 more. Residential property, I think that's already been stripped. Yeah, so nothing else, all right. Senator Guru, did you want to visit with the committee about your proposal, which I have forwarded to the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, it just came out of the earlier discussion that we had with the good folks at OSLI, and I just, I guess the only comment is that, what I heard, and I, love to hear the committee's response and thoughts, but what I heard is that, they need help, and they need some help as they try to work through the disposing or leasing of these lands. And what this proposal does is propose to give professional help to this. And frankly, as they stated that they did not have the bandwidth or the expertise to do some of this. And what I heard was, they want to hire a position, but position to shuffle papers. Well, I understand you gotta, and I understand that there's, we don't want to necessarily just add employees for employees' sake. And then maybe this is just a temporary problem. So that's where I came up with, let's put out a RFP, get professional help to work to maximize. I think former Senator DeCarry, said it best. We have a constitutional responsibility to get the maximum return out of these lands for the school children of Wyoming. What this proposal does is bring in professional help to achieve that. We also had a bill, from Representative former Speaker Harshman, about putting a light on lands in Teton County. And while this proposal says high value lands, there are high value lands all over the state that are being discussed in various forums right now to be disposed of. And so I really think we could use this help. And to be honest, and we can talk about this as we move forward about where this consultant would live and who they would answer to. But at the very least, I would like to see the legislature be able to, and this committee, to be honest. So I'll tip my hand on a future vote about continuing this committee, but to have this committee do its job, and that is to audit and look at at these try to maximize these proposals, not to take someone else's responsibility or their job, but to weigh in, and that is our responsibility. And I think that I know we all take it very seriously, and this proposal would help us get there, in my view. I stand for any questions that you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So the way I look at this is there's a motion before us. I'm just going to outline it, what I think the path forward is. Basically draft a letter to Management Council saying we'd like to proceed with this type of thing. No different than we did with the Management Council previously directed a RFP on the audit functions and whether there's someone out there could help us. Then we reviewed that, and anyway, we just went through that process. So this is maybe going a different direction. Can we have some latitude to develop an RFP in consultation, I would say, with LSO and state lands, the executive branch, but more broadly, to say who's out there that could help us accomplish these tasks, these potential goals? What are those goals? And then go from there. So I think we're just making a general request. I think it needs more refinement to Senator Guru's point about, and this can be ongoing discussions between Management Council, within Management Council and this committee, if this committee so chooses to move forward, is who are they actually working for? Are they working for the legislature so we actually can have a understanding, or are we actually providing funds to the executive branch for this function, which I think is a little bit odd in my view. We do that in a budget. We don't generally do it as this, but is this a way to inform ourselves of what the possibilities are through this type of process and see who would respond and what kind of expertise is out there, whether we move forward with something or not? That's a different step in the equation. First one is who's out there that might have this expertise, but then that informs both the state board, land commissioners, OSLI, and the legislature. And there are options out there. So this might be a way just to open that door and say, what's available? That's at least how I'm viewing this as a first step. Senator Grew, do you find any of that objectionable?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Good answer. Discussion? And I guess I just kind of laid out what I thought. Is there a second on the motion? Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second.
There's a second. Representative Sherwood. Thank you. All right, discussion. Vice Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess ultimately, I think the end of your comments is exactly where I'm kind of leaning on this. This seems very convoluted. And the separation of powers worries me just a little bit. Even just the discussion of the legislature will work with the executive branch to do something that the executive branch should be doing. That's the role of our OSLI department. So if we want to do something in that, I believe there is a direct route for that, and that is to write legislation and or direct in a budget that we provide money for them to do this. The convolution of putting together the legislative branch and the executive branch together to try to do something is in my opinion, it's a direct conflict of interest for what we're trying to accomplish here. I understand what the senator is trying to do, but I think at the end of the day, it's our prerogative to direct the executive branch. And if that's something we feel strongly on, that's what we do, then they would institute that. But at this point, the legislature is not in the formation of executing law. That's not what we do. And I don't know that writing a letter to management council asking us to be side by side with the executive branch is the way that I want to go. So I'll be voting no on this.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? So I want to be clear. I think maybe Vice Chairman Brown maybe I misspoke a little bit. I'm not suggesting, we do a lot of things side by side. We have task force all the time, participate in a lot of different things. I think what Senator Guru is trying to get to is what other expertise is out there that might help us inform our own understanding. And then we can actually bring the resources or the policy guidance, if it's statutory, or the budgetary means to the conversation. I don't know that I don't have any intention of this being, we're going to go out there and start setting policy based on this consultant's work. I think we're just trying to, for me, I'm just trying to inform myself about the possibilities and who may have this expertise that I think we already heard. There is potentially not the bandwidth within our current agency. So I just want to know, does the bandwidth exist? Is it available? And does it meet our needs? And then we can proceed with either statutory approach, a budgetary approach, or the legislature, engaging in some way, which in fact is what the proposal is for the dissolution of the management audit. And how do we actually get more information? We go out and solicit it and hire professionals, consultants to help us do those things. Audit. Who could be a respondent to this proposal? Office of State Lands. Seems like they would want to be able to lay out what their capacities are too and where their shortcomings are as well. Just a thought, because we need a comparator, right? Where are we short and where do we need more? So anyway, that's just my thoughts.
Mr. Chair.
I haven't thought about it much longer than the rest of you, but Senator Grew, please finish it up.
Yeah, if I could just give you an example. In appropriations a couple of years ago, we were inundated with requests for computers. Large systems, big dollars just were coming at us from all different directions. And really, ETS at that time just was having a hard, they were just accepting each proposal and saying, yeah, it looks good to us, and then send it on to us. We were looking for someone to actually help vet and decide and help us choose which, with our limited resources, how best to spend our money. So what we do is we put out an RFP. We got some expert help and to set up a template to do it, to go through that. And so that was the legislative branch just harnessing some resources that we didn't have in state and to be able to help put that together. This is not unlike that at all. As I'm just trying to, what I heard was that we don't have some expertise to do this and we don't have the bandwidth to do it. This is a very big decisions. And right now, frankly, folks in my county are upset. And I've heard from ranchers around the state, they're feeling a lot of the same pinch. They're feeling that they're getting left out of a process on lands that they feel are very, very high value to them. And so it's not just a Teton County thing. And so what I'm looking for here is to try to see if that expertise is out there. And I'd like to see the legislature do that. Frankly, would it have been better to have someone else do it? Maybe, but I haven't seen it. So I think we should. And that's why I'm putting forward this proposal and would like you to support it. We can decide what to do and how to move it forward once we start down the road. Maybe someone else will pick it up, maybe not. But I would like to see us to at least take that step and say, hey, we're serious about this and we want to investigate.
Thank you, Senator Grew. Further discussion on the motion? Further discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none. So let's just do a roll call vote just to be square about where we are, because I got two people online, and so let's just do a call vote on the motion. Please.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote on Senator Garu's motion. Senator Beitman? Senator Furphy?
No.
Senator Garu?
Aye.
Senator Nethercott?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Senator Nethercott, could you?
Aye.
Thank you. Representative Conrad?
No.
Representative Knapp?
No.
Representative Nyman? Representative Ottman? Representative Sherwood?
Aye.
Chairman Barlow?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown? Mr. Chairman, we have 5 aye and 6 no.
The motion fails. Thank you. Further discussion, further interest on this topic? Further interest on this topic? Anything else on this topic?
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Brown.
I guess I would just, maybe in a similar fashion to try to get to what Senator is trying to do, maybe something for our consideration at the next meeting is legislation in this fashion that provides an appropriation to the Office of State Lands that tells them to go out and provide the exact same information that we're looking to do, and offer that up as a alternate route that they would then put out an RFP to find out if there's expertise in these mega land transfers or, expertise in this area. But we provide that funding to the executive branch and let them bring that forward to us. And we could have draft legislation to look for us at the next meeting. I think that's a more appropriate determination, in my opinion. I guess maybe I was ultimately confused at the end of the day on what that last letter was going to do with management council, was going to put us in a position of doing all that. I feel like if we want to do that, we have an executive branch that can provide that for us. So that would be, I guess, I would put that motion forward. If nobody seconds it, I'm okay with that.
All right, so there's a motion to have some, I guess it would be a non-codified statutory, non-codified bill providing some funding and maybe some guidance about what we think we're trying to accomplish. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
There's a second from Conrad. So, any discussion on that motion? Discussion? So, just to be clear, I'm not going to be supportive because that is, I think if we want to do something and want to get more information quicker, we can do that ourselves and do this and do that. I think the executive branch already has this function. I asked about 900 series and contractability. I think they could do this if they wanted to. What we're trying to do now is understand the interest in it within just this group. So I don't need to wait till the budget session and a bill to do that. I think if the executive branch is interested in it, they can do it. The approach we were going to take is the legislature is interested in it, or the group Senator Grew wanted. The legislature is interested in understanding there's somebody out there. We defeated that. That's fine. But I don't know that we need a bill draft at our next meeting to accomplish this. We have two appropriators. One was the maker of the first motion. One is the chairman of the Appropriations Committee. And we have a third one over here, the House member that's on our committee. If there's interest, they can put it in a budget amendment to state lands or whatever, and they can accomplish it that way. And then we don't have a 2/3 vote introduction as well. Thank you. Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I could not agree more completely. So I would also say that maybe instead of drafting a piece of legislation and having staff work on that, we could just look at Director Scoggin and Deputy Director and just say, you guys have some 900 series and we think it would be a really good idea for you guys to look at doing this. Don't you agree? And hopefully they would take that as a recommendation from this body that they start that process just as quickly as we could. That is, considering they had the 900 series to cover such a function. I'm sure we see 900 series reverted on a regular basis from just about every agency. I think that would be the more appropriate way to do it. I could not agree with you more completely that we do not need to bring this as a piece of individual policy. We do not need to debate this out on the floor and go through 3 readings. I'm just trying to find a solution that we've got a situation here where everybody agrees that we want to do something and we want some understanding. Maybe we're just trying to get a little bit of a kick in the butt to get moving forward. And maybe that is just looking at the director and the deputy director, asking them if they have any consternation with looking at doing that.
Okay, thank you. I think they obviously, in this context, have a chain of command. They work for a commission, a land board, excuse me, and the governor as well. So they can run that up their chain of command, and I will follow up as well through that process. Further discussion on any of the topics we've had today. Is there any public comment on anything or anything in the future?
Mr. Chairman, just to make sure we're in line
Please.
here with rules here. There is a motion on the table, but I will withdraw my motion.
Was it seconded?
It was
Okay.
Representative Conrad seconded. So
All right.
I think we're all on the same page. I think we're all trying to accomplish the same thing. So
Representative Conrad, did you hear that? The motion's been withdrawn and you're accepting that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other topics for your agenda today? Anything we've covered that you want to revisit or visit for the first time? Seeing none, our next meeting is, Ms. Donna, could you remind us what our next meeting is? We won't have a second one.
The next meeting is October 17th, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we have a meeting on October 17th. I believe that's a Tuesday. And then we can see where we are after that meeting and how the significance of any amendments that come on any of the bills that we work. And there can be a motion to have another meeting if it's so needed. And I'm very open to that. And a lot of these end of the session meetings, at least in my previous experience, have been when they're just bill draft. They've been virtual and they've been just work the draft or work that final draft and voted up or voted down. So, all right. Absent any other business, no public comment. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you to staff for all your work. Thank you, LSI, Governor's Office.